longa folie.
Let the doors be opened, que l'on ouvre les portes. Thank you very much. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is in a national housing emergency. Rents are skyrocketing, home ownership is slipping out of reach, and encampments are growing in every city. This didn't happen by accident, and it is not inevitable. It is the result of a government that has failed to act with the urgency and the scale that this crisis demands. Housing is a human right. We need to see public builders, real investment in nonprofit and co-op housing, strong tenant protections, Indigenous housing led by Indigenous communities, and homes people can actually afford. You know, the Liberals don't get it. Their budget offers only half of what the Prime Minister promised during the election, and they're delivering only a fraction of the 500,000 homes that they promised. Canadians need real leadership. Someone who will declare a national housing emergency, to mobilize resources, to protect renters, and to measure success by homes built and lives changed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the extraordinary life of Vi Roden, who recently passed away at the age of 102. A World War II veteran, mother, friend, and tireless community activist, Vi believed that if you see injustice, you must act, and she lived by that principle. In 1978, after learning of abuses in the women's prison system, she famously phoned the Attorney General at home and made it clear she would go to the press if action was not taken. He called back, listened, and a royal commission was launched, leading to meaningful reforms. In 1980, Vi raised the funds to establish British Columbia's first counselling centre for sexually abused children. That initiative grew into Act 2 Child and Family Services, now a $25.5 million nonprofit serving Vancouver and the Fraser Valley. Even in her later years, Vi never slowed down. At 101, she volunteered during the federal election campaign, as she had throughout her life, making hundreds of calls because she believed participation mattered. The world needs more people like Vi Roden. May we honour her life by carrying her compassion forward.
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, if the government was really serious about building faster, it should start with opportunities already in front of it. I have one that is truly shovel-ready, restoring wharves 17 and 18 on the Welland Canal in Port Colborne. For more than 20 years, this critical infrastructure has sat broken. During that time, the City of Port Colborne, shipping companies, port authorities, and private investors have all been ready to move, but they're still waiting on the St. Lawrence Seaway and Transport Canada to act. Federal funding has already been partially committed. The Liberals talked a good story for over 10 years on this project, but failed to hit the finish line. In the meantime, we're waiting. Every year of delay costs us real economic opportunity. Restoring these wharves could create well-paying local jobs, strengthen domestic supply chains, and position Port Colborne as a strategic industrial hub while helping protect Canada's economic sovereignty. This project is shovel-ready. The partners are ready. The benefits are clear. It's time to pull the trigger and get the job done.
The honourable member for Quebec Centre. On January 1st, my friend and canoe camping companion, André Provencher, left us all too early after a courageous battle with cancer. Passionate about local news and an ardent defensor of Quebec culture, Mr. Provencher held management positions at TVA, Télé-Québec, and Cogeco. He also founded La Presse Télé, which produced several well-known series, including Les Parents, Les Chefs, and En Direct de l'Univers. He led it, of the daily newspapers Le Nouvelliste et Le Soleil, and presided over the creation of the Fonds Québec Culture. Passionate, honest, and loyal in both friendship and business, André had a knack for spotting talent and helping it flourish. On behalf of all the members of this House, I offer his partner Rachel and his sons Paul, Bruno, and Francois our deepest condolences.
The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, this government campaigned on a promise to run, quote, modest deficits of less than $10 billion to fund historic investments in infrastructure, unquote, and then let the budget balance itself. For 10 years, they ran increasing deficits, failed to build the infrastructure, ignored the promise, and claimed that all that really mattered was declining debt to GDP. In 2024, the then finance minister said that the then $42 billion deficit was a line she would not cross. Then she crossed the line and resigned when the deficit hit $60 billion. Last year, the Prime Minister ran as the guy who would finally rein in spending, reduce debt to GDP, and build at speeds not seen in decades. Today, the deficit is $80 billion, debt to GDP is rising, and nothing is being built. Canada's economy is under attack, and Canadians need their government to succeed. But a strong, sovereign, self-reliant, fiscally sustainable Canada can't be built out of recycled, broken, Liberal promises.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, with Parliament back in session, Canada faces a new reality. The challenges ahead are clear. A world marked by the breakdown of the international order and economic pressures affecting our families, workers, and businesses. In face of this change, our government is choosing to act and not react. We are strengthening Canada from within by supporting our businesses and securing our supply chains. We are building a more resilient economy focused on innovation, energy, and diversified trade partnerships. A strong economy is fundamental to our sovereignty, our security, and to our ability to defend our values in a more unstable world. In this new year, we invite all parliamentarians to work together constructively. Canadians expect us to be united and focused on the national interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, despite our differences, one truth still unites Canadians: the strength, resilience, and the talent of our people. And Oxford is home to many of these superstars. From the hallways at Ingersoll District Collegiate, astronaut Jeremy Hansen is reaching beyond the stars as he looks to make history as the first Canadian to go to the moon. Ingersoll's Ella Shelton will be representing Team Canada at the for the women's hockey team at the Olympics in Italy. For them, it's more than just a milestone. It's more than just a personal celebration. It's about reflecting on our community and what we stand for. We work hard. We stand strong. We help one another. We innovate, we lead, and we create opportunities for others to succeed. Colleagues, join me in wishing Jeremy and Ella every success in the exciting weeks ahead, because we are proud of Canada and the best is yet to come.
The Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, for many families across Canada, Alzheimer's is not an abstract illness. It's a daily reality, lived in small moments and carried by loved ones who show up with patience and care. January is Alzheimer's Awareness Month, a time to wear the forget-me-not as a symbol of hope, and a time to recognize the more than 750,000 Canadians living with dementia and the millions of family members and caregivers who walk alongside them every day. Alzheimer's affects far more than memory. It touches relationships, independence, and dignity. I want to praise the vital work of the Alzheimer's Societies across Canada who provide support, education, and advocacy for people living with dementia and those who care for them. As our population ages, this issue will touch more than families. That's why awareness, research, and compassionate care matter now more than ever. To everyone living with Alzheimer's and to the caregivers and advocates beside them, we see you, we value you, and we will keep working to support you.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, Beijing's foreign interference is the biggest threat to the security of Canada. That's what the Prime Minister told Canadians last spring. Less than a year later, the Prime Minister has entered into a so-called strategic partnership with Beijing, yet we still have no foreign influence transparency registry. When the bill was being debated, the government said it hoped to have the registry up and running in 12 months ahead of a federal election. 19 months and one election later, and still no registry. Another election could pass without the protection of a registry. One wonders if the government delayed the registry till now to avoid offending Beijing's leadership. And for the same reason, Liberal MPs were told recently to cut their trip short to Taiwan. Canadians deserve a government that treats foreign interference seriously as a threat to our national security. The government needs to implement the Foreign Influence Transparency Registry now.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, a great poet whose work is not recorded in any collection, but rather in our landscapes, has left us. Henri Dorion was a geographer, toponymist, professor, diplomat, and architect of the Quiet Revolution. As the first president of the Commission de Toponymie du Québec, he made our Quebec territory known and even named it. He chaired the Commission d'études sur l'intégrité du territoire du Québec, the first major effort to define our borders in detail, a task that remains unfinished to this day. Henri Dorion distinguished himself internationally as Quebec's delegate to Mexico, Russia, and Ukraine, as well as chair of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer my sincere condolences to his four daughters and his loved ones. His memory will live on throughout our vast territory. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
On September 11th, 2001, I was in New York when terrorists attacked the World Trade Center. I saw the bravery and solidarity and shared the anguish firsthand. As a Canadian, I was incredibly proud of how we rose to the occasion to support our closest friend and ally. From the hospitality showed by the people of Gander, to fundraising campaigns to support the victims, to our government being the first one to suggest that NATO invoke Article 5, we were there for the United States. And as we have for generations, our troops bravely fought side by side with Americans in Afghanistan. More than 40,000 Canadians served in this conflict. 158 of our soldiers died and over 2,000 were injured. I know that members of this place will want to join me in extending our deepest respect and gratitude to the men and women who served. Canadians will never forget their sacrifice. Our American friends should not forget it either. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, announcements are easy. Organize a press conference and tell the hungry crowd of reporters all the great things you're going to do. Getting things done requires work. If this Liberal government were judged on its announcements, then this country would be riding a 10-year wave of success. Sadly, not so. For announcements to translate to results, economic activity and paychecks for Canadians, something has to get delivered. Over 10 years of not delivering has left Canada as the economic laggard of the developed world. Conservatives worked with the government to amend and pass Bill C-5, giving the Prime Minister incredible powers to approve projects quickly. What are the outcomes? No projects have been approved, and they haven't removed a single regulatory barrier. This smoke and mirrors show must end and action must begin. We've introduced a motion to pass the Canadian Sovereignty Act. Will the government work with us and agree to support our motion to repeal the Federal Industrial Carbon Tax and the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act?
L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
Honourable Member for Vaudreuil. Mr. Speaker, next week, Canada will write a new page in its space history with the Artemis 3 mission. For the first time in more than 50 years, humans will leave Earth's orbit and head for the moon. This is an important moment not only for science, but for Canadians and all of humanity.
Artemis 2 represents the next great chapter in Canadian space exploration. Following in the footsteps of great Canadians like the late Marc Garneau, Roberta Bondar, Chris Hadfield, David Saint-Jacques, and so many more, and built on the unprecedented collaboration between NASA and the Canadian space engineers and scientists, Colonel Jeremy Hansen will break barriers by becoming the first Canadian and the first non-American to travel around our moon. On behalf of all members of this House and all Canadians, I wish Colonel Hansen and the Artemis 2 crew a safe journey and a successful mission. You carry the pride of everyone in this House and all Canadians with you. Godspeed.
The Honourable Member for Swift Current Grasslands Kindersley.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the highest food price inflation in the G7. That's the Liberal record on full display for the whole world to see. But instead of fixing it, the Prime Minister raises taxes on fertilizer, manufacturing and transportation, all of which leads to higher food prices. reversing Liberal policies that punish Canadian agriculture would be a good start. But we could also grow even more food here at home. Saskatchewan is already the breadbasket of the world, but there's still room for us to grow and expand the available farmland. Right now, there are shovel-ready irrigation projects waiting for approvals, like the ones around Lake Diefenbaker. The Westside Irrigation Rehabilitation Project alone would open up 100,000 acres of irrigated land to grow more food and specialty crops. Studies show this project will add $13 billion to our GDP, create 80,000 jobs, and generate over $1 billion in tax revenue. The Liberals have so much to learn from rural Canada. This is one of many promising resourceful projects that we want to build in Saskatchewan. And all the government needs to do is let our farmers and industry do what they've always done best and lead the way forward.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the exceptional work of the Organizing Committee for the 59th Quebec Games Finals held in my riding of Trois-Rivières, bringing together more than 3,500 athletes from across Quebec. They aimed to receive a donation of $1,000 to Excellence Sportive Mauricie, and thanks to tight and responsible management, $350,000 will ultimately be donated to promote sports in our region. The Games also generated nearly $29 million in economic spin-offs for the region. And above all, none of this would have been possible without the involvement of 2,318 volunteers. Their commitment was at the heart of these extraordinary games. In conclusion, I would like to issue a challenge to Blainville, and I wish you success in organizing the next games.
Support of the passage of Bill C-5, which gave the Prime Minister extraordinary authority to approve nation-building projects fast. The Prime Minister claimed that with these powers, the government would unleash our economic potential. He claimed that we would build at speeds not seen in generations. But sadly, the Prime Minister's promises are not reflected in reality. Canadians in the mining sector, the oil and gas sector, and others tell me that this Liberal government hasn't lifted a finger to make it easier to get permits and build projects. That's why Conservatives are calling for the passage of the Canada Sovereignty Act, which will remove barriers and cut red tape that is stopping these projects. We want the Prime Minister to live up to his promises. Conservatives are giving him the tools to get the job done. So why isn't he using it? The Prime Minister has no excuse. The time for fancy rhetoric is over. The time for action is now. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the close and growing relationship between Ireland and Canada. Today, the Irish Minister for Culture, Communications and Sport, Patrick O'Donovan, and our Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture launched Canada-Ireland 180. This initiative, planned for 2027, will commemorate the 180th anniversary of the Great Famine Migration in 1847, when over 100,000 Irish people landed on our shores. Irish Canadians have become a core part of Canada's history, national identity, and culture. This initiative will celebrate that shared heritage through events, art, screen, and sport. Nothing grabs the heart more than creative storytelling, so the collaboration between screen industries in both countries will be moving. Special mention to the Canadian industry, which has a strong presence in my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore. We will celebrate Gaelic sports, but the gloves might come off if we meet in the World Cup. But we will hug and toast each other after the competition, as family does. Sláinte.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, the primary concern for all Canadian families is the cost of groceries, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, food inflation is hitting hard. 6.2%, the worst inflation in the G7. And one of the factors is the Liberal fuel tax, which costs families up to $1,000, according to the PBO. We Conservatives want to help families, want to work with the government. Is the government ready to abolish this Liberal tax to allow Canadian families to breathe? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We know that the Conservatives are allergic to good news. But let me remind them what we announced on Monday. On top of the new benefit for groceries and essential goods, $500 million for the Strategic Response Fund to help the country's logistics. We want to be able to grow more in Canada, more funding for food banks, a national strategy for food, better labelling laws. I hope the Conservatives will help us and unite with us on this matter. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that the Minister is strong in rhetoric but not in results. 2 years ago, he was proud of assembling groceries, and what happened since? The worst food inflation in the G7. What he does doesn't work. That's why 2.2 million Canadians have to go to food banks. In Neuchâtel, on Boulevard Bastien, Amélie and Frédéric, there's been a 31% increase in food bank use. We need to directly help families. A good way to do that is by abolishing the Liberal gas tax. Will they do it for the good of all Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is known for his rhetoric, but on this side of the House, we're known for action. On Monday, what we announced, Mr. Speaker, was a new benefit for groceries and essential goods. The Conservatives can laugh as much as they want, but 12 million Canadians will benefit at the end of the month because Canadian families, Mr. Speaker, expect responsible action in this House. Will the Conservatives rise to the challenge, and will they support the government to help Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, Canada now has the worst record of food inflation in the entire G7, with grocery prices up 6%. That's an extra $1,000 per average family in Canada to buy groceries, and costs have doubled since this Prime Minister has taken office. That's twice the rate of food inflation than the United States, and over 2 million Canadians a month are having to go to food banks. But the Liberals continue to pile on with the cost with their industrial carbon tax and the fuel standard tax. When will they finally deliver real and permanent relief for Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Nature.
Mr. Speaker, you might want to know that the member for Battle River Crowfoot represents the second largest canola-producing riding in all of Alberta. The Advanced Biofuels Association of Canada says that the clean fuel regulations will create or preserve the average farm revenue by $60,000. That is money in the pockets of farmers in the member for Battle River Crowfoot's ridings. Why is he not standing up for the farmers in his ridings? Because we are.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have heard this all before. Band-aid solutions that the most Canadians won't even qualify for. Families need real action that actually lowers cost of food at the grocery store. Conservatives are ready to fast-track any legislation that will help deliver real results for Canadians. When will the Liberals get serious about tackling food inflation and introduce legislation to permanently scrap the industrial carbon tax and fuel standard tax that are driving up the cost for farmers, truckers, and every family trying to put food on the table?
Honorable Ministre des Finances.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are good talkers, but they have a short memory, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker. Because on Monday, Canadians have noticed what's happening, Mr. Speaker, that they're going to have a rebate for grocery and essential. But in addition to that, and let me help them for the householder, so they don't forget to tell the constituent, there'll be $500 million from the Strategic Response Fund to strengthen food production in the country, immediate expensing for greenhouses, additional funding for food banks, a national food strategy, work toward a standard price unit. Mr. Speaker, instead of shouting in the House, they should get on board, support Canadian, and make this country.
The Honourable Member for Middlesex, London.
Inflation is up 6.2%, the highest in the G7, and grocery prices are rising twice as fast since this Prime Minister took office. Families will pay over $1,000 more this year just to eat. Farmers, truckers, and food processors have been clear. The Liberals' industrial carbon tax and their new fuel standards tax are driving up costs from field to fridge. Conservatives were ready to act. So will this Liberal government work with us to scrap these taxes, boost grocery competition, and cut red tape for our farmers?
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, all fall, these Conservatives across the aisle quoted Canada Food Banks time and time again in their litigation on the cost of food. And now when the government steps up to help 12 million families, Mr. Speaker, with up to $1,900 to pay for those very costs of food, they are fighting against it. Why can't these Conservative MPs listen to their constituents and get out of the way and help those very Canadians they claim to care about?
The honourable member for Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, here's the cold, hard truth. If two parents work full-time and they make over $14.87 an hour, their families get nothing. That's right, you heard me. Most families won't even qualify for this rebate. So once again, the Liberals gaslight Canadians while we see 2.2 million visits to food banks every single month. Liberal taxes and policies are what's driving up the cost of food. Recycling their broken policy does nothing to lower it. So when will the government stop pretending that rebates will fix inflation and instead deal with the root cause?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives like to talk about making life affordable, but every time Canadians ask for help and the government provides that help, whether it's through affordable childcare, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, saves families up to $16,000 a year, or the school food program, which reaches families all across the country, or this new tax benefit that will help 12 million Canadians, they say, oh, that's not exactly the right thing. They have no answers, Mr. Speaker, not for their constituents, not for any Canadian.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said that China had made commitments to remove tariffs on Quebec pork. The industry had never heard about that. They were surprised, but pleasantly so, and we understand. This morning, Antoine Trépanier tells us that this is simply not true. Mr. Speaker, you can't do that to someone. Create false hope. Can the government confirm that there is or there is no agreement on pork with China? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, the reality is nous continuons d'engager.
We continue to work with our partners, all members of the industry, with pork, beef, canola, agriculture as a whole. At the same time, we will continue to diversify our supply chain for our internal economy. That is in the national interest, and that is our plan on this side of the House. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Pork, we just need something, even just a noise. But there isn't even an oink in the agreement. The Prime Minister is apparently the second coming of God. He said, I have a deal with China on pork. Will the government at least let us know, using the word pork, somewhere in their answer, to say that there is a priority being established to removing tariffs on pork? Because Quebecers are the biggest purchasers of electric cars, so we are interested in this deal. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we have had discussions with China on a number of sectors of our economy, including pork, including beef, including canola, and every single time we continue to say that we are working in Canada's interest. We want an agreeable agreement for our pork sector and our economy as a whole. That is our strategy on this side of the House. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, an agreeable agreement is probably going to make the pigs very happy. In any case, the Prime Minister this morning the minister spoke to Radio-Canada, saying that whilst we on the Bloc Québécois were fixated on history, they were fixated on the forests of Quebec. But up to now, what has the government done for Quebec forests apart from refusing the industry's proposal? Are they that bad in economy, as bad in economy as they are in Quebec's history? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I can assure my colleague we are as good in the matter of economy than we are in the matter of history. And Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that we don't have to hear reminders from the Bloc Québécois. We are working with the forestry industry, and sometimes we don't remember something, but we have invested hundreds of millions to help the forestry industry, Mr. Speaker. People understand we have always been here for workers, we've always been here for the industry, and we'll always be here to defend the interest of Canada.
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, there are critical statistics every member of Parliament must take seriously. We have 2.2 million visits at food banks every single month. Canada's food inflation is 6.2%, and that is double of the U.S. This year, it will cost $17,600 to feed a family. That is a national emergency we must take seriously, and Conservatives want to expedite a real solution. So we were asking, will this Liberal government immediately table legislation to cut taxes that punish those who bring food to our tables and boost competition in grocery chains?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to the member's question, not only do we take the statistics very seriously, we also take the recommendations of the organizations who are working to feed hungry Canadians extremely seriously. And the top recommendation for Food Banks Canada was to create a groceries and essentials benefit. Now, the Conservatives have a chance to support that motion and to vote in favor of this motion and help Canadians at the grocery store, Mr. Speaker. And we know, based on the research that's been done by independent agencies, that industrial carbon prices not only just have a negligible impact or zero impact, many of them actually help. So if the Conservatives want to help Canadians at the grocery store, they should vote in favor of the grocery and essentials benefit.
Honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is they have tried this before, and it only has made matters worse. Canada is a country full of farms and fields, and yet we are known as the food inflation capital of the G7. Shameful. Food inflation has doubled since 2019. This is a homegrown crisis caused by high taxes on farmers, truckers, and food processors, lack of competition in grocery chains, and reckless inflationary spending. So I ask again, will this Liberal government immediately cut taxes that punish those who put food on our tables and boost competition in grocery chains?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Farmers know that the #1 cause of food inflation in Canada and globally is climate change, Mr. Speaker. And when they're listing off the products that are most affected by climate change, they often list lettuce, which is impacted by climate change in California, coffee, which is imported to Canada. We don't grow coffee here, and beef, which is impacted by climate change, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives can continue to bury their heads in the sand and pretend that climate change doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker, but we are working with farmers to increase the number of domestic producers, Mr. Speaker. We're working to build more greenhouses so that Canadians can buy more Canadian food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
While the Prime Minister spends his time with the world elites, life at home is getting harder for Canadians, including families in Haldimand Norfolk. The 2026 food price report is alarming. This year, it will cost $17,600 to feed a family of 4, which is $1,000 more than it cost last year. The Prime Minister's industrial carbon tax and food standards tax are driving up the food prices. Will he scrap the taxes and bring down the cost of food for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
The National Institute on Aging's 4th annual report was just released, and it commends the actions this government is taking. They agree with us, and their data shows that reducing expenditures in one area can result in an overall reduction in hardship as money is freed up for other household needs. And that is why organizations like Food Banks Canada agrees that the groceries and essentials benefit will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians, helping them to afford baby formula, helping them to afford lettuce, helping them to afford coffee and toilet paper. Mr. Speaker, I do not understand why the Conservatives want to be obstructionist about feeding 12 million Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. Statistics Canada shows that food inflation is up 6.2%. That's the highest in the G7. I remember as a university student putting food back on the shelf because I couldn't afford it. And I am so blessed today. But even recently, I didn't buy a package of meat because it cost 4 times more than I paid for it last year. Imagine what average Canadians who are working 2 jobs are going through, sacrificing every single day just to get by. Will these Liberals give Canadians a break and cut the industrial carbon tax and the fuel standards tax?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Like many of my constituents in Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, I grew up in a single-parent household. I have a single mother, a handicapped sister, and making ends meet was really challenging. Mr. Speaker, it's families like those that we have in mind, like the ones that I grew up in, like the ones that exist in my riding, in that member's riding. Those are the ones that we want to feed. And Food Banks Canada is supporting what we're doing. Again, I don't understand why the Conservatives are opposed to feeding families.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bikidwanong.
Mr. Speaker, food inflation is up 6.2%, the highest in the G7. A family pays now more than $17,000 a year for food, and 2.2 million people every month are lined up at food banks, thanks to the Liberals' industrial carbon tax and fuel standard tax adding up to about 17 cents a litre, hitting farmers, truckers, and food prices. Conservatives are ready to fast-track legislation to reverse these devastating impacts. Will the Liberals immediately introduce a bill to eliminate the industrial carbon tax, the fuel standards tax, to boost grocery competition and cut red tape for our farmers?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, while the members opposite minimize our affordability plan, let's take an example of a young family of 4 this year. With supports like the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit, the Canada Child Benefit, affordable childcare, dental care, the National School Food Program, and the fact that we cut taxes for millions of Canadians, this family will save over $50,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. This is real affordability. So while the members opposite continue to obstruct Parliament, we're going to stand up for Canadians.
Good job.
Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bikidwanong.
Mr. Speaker, these Liberals take thousands of dollars from Canadians. They return a pittance. Canadians are not fooled. Food prices in Canada are rising twice as fast as in the U.S. and twice as fast since the Prime Minister took office. Grocery prices are up 5%, and his response to the cost of living crisis is to tell Canadians to sacrifice more. But Canadians have sacrificed enough. With the ever-increasing costs to eat and heat, there's little left for Canadians to give up. When will the government finally stop asking families to sacrifice and commit to legislation today to make life affordable for hardworking Canadians?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how the Conservatives can look their constituents in the eye when all they do in this House is obstruct what we're doing and the progress that we're making. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We're making the National School Food Program permanent. This is going to help 400,000 kids eat healthy eat healthy meals at school. And we're saving families $16,000 per year through the affordable childcare. Mr. Speaker, we're providing relief for 12 million Canadians through our Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit. This is going to make a real difference, especially for families in my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, seniors are choosing between medication and groceries. Food Banks Canada has reported 2.2 million visits in a single month. 8.3% are seniors, up from 6.8%. Food inflation is the highest in the G7. Canadians need our help. Conservatives have proposed real solutions. Eliminate the industrial carbon tax, eliminate the fuel standard tax, and cut red tape on farmers. Will the Prime Minister show compassion for Canadians and work with us to provide real relief, yes or no?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Unlike the Conservatives, our actions are compassionate. Our actions show compassion for seniors.
Hear, hear.
We increased OAS for seniors over 75 when they wanted to bring it down to below 65. We have protected OAS, ensuring that it's indexed to inflation, and we just guaranteed that low-income seniors will get the help that they need to fight rising food costs, something that we cannot control. But what we can control is helping families afford the food that they need with the groceries and essentials benefit. This will buy up to $950 more food for a single low-income senior.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, there are new retirees who have not received their old age pensions for 9 months because of problems with the new Curem software. And yet yesterday, what did Liberals have to say to these people? Their leader replied that software problems just happens from time to time. He replied that it was a fear-mongering campaign. The Liberals were made aware of this problem in June by their own officials. And clearly, with answers like that, we understand that they have done absolutely nothing. When are they finally going to kick into gear?
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My department is processing payments towards a better system. Delays have affected 0.2% of requests. The department is committed to dispersing the monies rapidly and efficiently. We are working tooth and nail to reduce these problems. If someone has issues accessing their old age security, we encourage them to contact Service Canada. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, if everything were fine, as the government leader said, we wouldn't have seniors who haven't received their pensions since last spring. We wouldn't have seniors who are receiving the wrong amounts and who are going to have their future benefits cut. This isn't fear-mongering, Mr. Speaker. These are real people with real warnings that the new system is causing them problems. And when the government causes problems, its job is to find solutions to these problems, not to say, well, these things happen. So when will the government finally take seniors' problems seriously? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Of course, we take the situation eminently seriously, giving benefits to those who must receive them, and the government has modernised its system, which is good news. Its software, which was obsolete, that now allows seniors to access the system online, and a better system. Some people have been affected. That's too many, of course, but we ask these people to contact Service Canada, where we will solve the problem.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, between 2011 and 2021, home ownership among 30 to 34-year-olds fell from 60% to 52%. From 2019 to 2024, for every 100 adults added to the Canadian population, only 12 homes intended for ownership were built. That is less than half the rate of the earlier decades. So my question is, how does the Prime Minister expect young Canadians to ever buy their first home when his government keeps using the same old policies that haven't worked for the last 10 years?
Housing and infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the good news is that our government has brought forward the first-time homebuyers GST break, which is up to $50,000 off of their first home purchase for young Canadians. This is a new measure. It was stalled in the fall session by the opposition, unfortunately. We're ready to bring this forward, Mr. Speaker. We're ready to deliver affordability for young Canadians.
Hear, hear. Member for Parry Sound of Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, new home sales are down 45% in the GTA and 56% in Vancouver. And I'll tell you what, rebates don't matter to first-time home buyers if no homes are getting built. Nearly half of young Canadians are now considering leaving their home communities because they cannot afford to stay. So when will the minister listen to all the experts, the builders, the developers, the Conservatives, and remove the HST on all new homes under $1.3 million so that we can get builders building homes again?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it starts with first-time home buyers and not obstructing bills that will deliver relief and affordability for young Canadians. That's number one. Number two, We have record annual construction in Calgary, in Montreal, in Edmonton, in Ottawa. We have housing starts that were solid last year, the 5th best year in Canadian history. We will continue to build on that work with Build Canada Homes, which we expect the opposition's support on.
That's right. The honourable member for York-Durham.
It's a new year, Mr. Speaker, but it's the same old story for Canadians trying to buy a home. They can't. The Missing Middle Initiative reported this week that while the vast majority of Gen Z and millennials want to buy a home, only about half can realize that goal. Home ownership for them has decreased from 60% to 52%. Their ambition to buy a home has turned into uncertainty, and that uncertainty has turned into defeat. Missing Middle proposed 10 solutions. Not one of them was the government's plan for another bureaucracy to build non-market homes. So why is the government's plan so different from what sensible experts are recommending?
Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The good news is that we have Build Canada Homes starting up, one-stop shop for affordable housing and delivering housing for young Canadians in particular. Mr. Speaker, the opposition can support affordable housing. They've never done it before, but they can start now. They can start helping this government deliver affordability, whether that's new homes through Build Canada Homes or it's bringing down rents, which we're seeing rents drop across Canada for 30 straight months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
The Prime Minister is not keeping his promise to young Canadians to help them buy their first home. In fact, according to the Missing Middle report, things are going in the wrong direction. Homeownership among 30-year-olds is at an all-time low. Less than half think they're ever going to own their own home, and housing starts aren't even keeping up with population growth. So here's an idea. We're feeling generous. Why doesn't the Prime Minister adopt our policies to cut bureaucracy so that homes get built and first-time Canadians can buy their first home? Thank you.
Great job. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I have a great idea to the member opposite. This government has put a series of measures in place to help support young Canadians getting into their first-time home, to be able to build more housing supply in this country, whether or not it's Build Canada Homes, whether or not it's removing the GST up to $50,000 for new home buyers buying their first home. The Conservatives obstruct at every single pass. So that member has to go back and ask his constituents and answer to his constituents why they are standing in the way of the progress this government is seeking to advance. There's important measures in C-15. They should get on board and actually get a part of the solution, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katascomic-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis being felt in the streets and homes of Quebec. Families are having to choose between rent and groceries. Young people are delaying their life plans because they can't afford an apartment. According to a Léger poll, 1 in 5 Quebec tenants struggled to pay rent last year. In Montreal, that figure is 1 in 4. This is not acceptable. After 10 years of this Liberal government, when will Quebecers have access to a truly affordable housing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, over $1,800 will go to a family of 4 through our new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. This money will help families. It will help households make ends meet. We know the statistics. They are true. 1 in 5 households is having trouble with rent. This is why I am wondering, why are Conservatives blocking the work of Build Canada Homes? Why are they holding up our new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit?
Member for Fleetwood, Port Hills.
Mr. Speaker, communities across Canada want to feel safe in their neighborhood and confident their government is taking action to prevent crime, especially given the rise of extortion in BC Lower Mainland. Can the Minister update this House on measures our government is taking to counter extortion, support law enforcement, and ensure our communities feel safe?
Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the rise in extortion in Surrey and the Lower Mainland is unacceptable, and I extend my support to the victims of extortion everywhere. This morning, I met with Premier Eby, and we committed to deploying up to 20 RCMP members to support law enforcement efforts. Mr. Speaker, we deployed 2 helicopters in the Surrey area, and in November, we announced $4 million in federal funding to bolster Surrey Police's efforts to tackle extortion threats. There are bills before this House, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition can support right now, like lawful access, to help us combat extortion in Canada.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
For almost a year, Canada has endured an unprovoked economic attack by the United States and President Trump. Conservatives worked to fast-track Bill C-5 that was supposed to fast-track nation-building projects. Unfortunately, it hasn't fast-tracked anything. Not a single new project has been approved. Not a single shovel has gone into the ground. There is an alternative. The Conservative Sovereignty Act would repeal anti-development legislation. It would speed approvals. It would create economic opportunity for Canada. Businesses and provinces that invest will be rewarded. Why won't the Liberals support this bill so that we can lessen our dependence on the American?
The honourable government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's good to see Conservatives finally coming around to the Liberal plan, which is precisely that, to diversify trade markets, to build our country up with Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian ingenuity, Canadian know-how, and Canadian union men and women building our country together. The Conservatives' proposals were tested, had the ultimate test, a general election, Mr. Speaker. It didn't work. It didn't go so well. Canadians voted for the Prime Minister's plan to build Canada strong. That's what we're going to keep doing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, what they promised in the election was that they were going to fast-track nation-building projects, and that's one of the reasons why Canadians voted for them. But unfortunately, they haven't actually fast-tracked anything. Not a single new nation-building project has been approved. Not a single shovel has gone in the ground for any of those projects. Bingo. We need a new approach. That's why the Canadian Sovereignty Act needs to be implemented. It will tear down the barriers to building these projects. It will create new economic opportunity and create thousands of good-paying jobs. I mean, they've stolen almost every single one of our policies. Why don't they steal this one for the benefit of Canadians?
The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have nation-building projects going on right across this country. I would refer the member to his own province of Ontario, where we are in major developments in the nuclear sector, where we'll be developing the Crawford nickel mine, where we are going to build, Mr. Speaker, the North America's very first high-speed rail network from Quebec City to Toronto. We are going to build in British Columbia, whether it's LNG or whether it's the Northwest Corridor or Silicums, Mr. Speaker. We are building this country. We're building it big. We're building it strong.
The honourable member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
This Liberal Prime Minister has broken his promise to Canadians. He said he would build Canada strong, but in 8 months he hasn't approved a single new project. Instead, he's closing down agriculture research stations and firing scientists, including at the 120-year-old station in Lacombe. Conservatives introduced a motion this week to pass the Canadian Sovereignty Act. Will these Liberals vote for our legislation to repeal Liberal laws that block development, reward investment in Canada, protect Canadian innovation, or will they continue selling Canada out with their New World Order agenda?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
The Conservatives' ideas were tested in the election, and guess what? They lost, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? We're focused on something that's very clear, something that Canadians want. They want us to build this country. They want us to grow the economy, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history, with major projects across this country, building affordable homes for Canadians, using Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, and Canadian skilled trades, Canadian student workers, Mr. Speaker. We're diversifying our trade. We're expanding to new markets, investing in innovation. We're going to create the
Honourable member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals never let solutions get in the way of their ideology. While this jet-setting Prime Minister travels the world to glad hand and talk about his New World Order, food prices are up and families are struggling to put food on the table. In the meantime, this government is closing the very agricultural research centres that allow Canadian farms and agribusinesses to be so innovative. When will the Liberals finally understand that when we learn more, grow more, build more, and export more, incomes go up and life becomes more affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, Mr. Speaker, we know this is going to be a difficult time for some, but this was the mandate that Canadians elected us for, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Streamlining research, collaboration with academia and private sector, prioritizing high-impact areas, reducing duplication and aligning project with needs of farmers and ranchers across this country, Mr. Speaker. We're going to work with our stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, and move this industry and sector forward that has been neglected for over 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to work together to improve their lives. In that spirit, we worked with the Liberals to pass Bill C-5, giving the Prime Minister sweeping powers to get projects built faster. Despite the press releases and photo ops, nothing has been built. When we build, Canadians get jobs, our economy grows, and life becomes more affordable. We have put forward a bill that repeals regulations that block development, rewards provinces who build, and protects Canadian innovation. Will the government work with us and pass the Canadian Sovereignty Act?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's their platform, not ours. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on building one strong Canadian economy. Just Monday, Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister announced a groceries and essentials benefit, putting $1,900 in the pockets of working families. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to build Canada strong. We're going to continue to focus on our economy. They're focused on obstruction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, well said.
The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsula.
Mr. Speaker, when Canada builds more and exports more, incomes rise, our dollar gets stronger, and life becomes more affordable. One of the first things I voted for was to give these Liberals extensive powers to approve projects at speeds never seen before. But despite all those Liberal slogans, they have not removed any barriers. Not a single new project has been approved. When will this Liberal government work with Conservatives to build a country that all of us will be proud of and approve the Canadian Sovereignty Act to have an independent economy?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here we go again. Another round of just canned notes that doesn't address what this government is actually doing. It is another example of obstruction. I hear from this member's constituents. They support what government is doing. Building this country, investing in provinces, investing in rural communities, which this member represents. Stop the nonsense. Let's get to work. Canadians expect it. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians expect it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives voted for Bill C-5, but the Prime Minister's Major Projects Office has not approved any new projects. Worse, the Liberal mountain of anti-development laws is still in place. Mr. Speaker, when we build more and give Canadians jobs and opportunities, incomes and prosperity go up. Prime Minister, will your Liberal government support the Canadian Sovereignty Act to unleash development, protect Canadian innovation, and reward Canadians for building our country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what can we say about this motion? It's a few things we're already doing, a few things Canadians rejected. Feels like the Leader of the Opposition found it in a jacket he hasn't worn in a while. It's time for some new ideas on this side. We've got some like the MOU with Alberta. It's an exciting time to be in Alberta. We're getting things built, and we invite the members opposite to get on board.
The Honourable Member for Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Ontarians keep asking me, when will we finally unlock our economic potential? I reply, when this government finally decides to cut regulations. The Canadian Sovereignty Act is a chance to do exactly that. Repeal needless barriers. In Northern Ontario, economic sovereignty leads to affordability. When we grow our industries in mining, sawmills, pulp mills, agriculture and manufacture, income rise, affordability dies. I ask this government, will they work with us and deliver results for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Member of Parliament for advocacy for Northern Ontario, a topic I'm always happy to get up and talk about. As the member knows, we've been there for Northern Ontario in many difficult and challenging situations, most recently working with Cap Paper to support that mill as they reorient their product to product that will be sellable across the world. Mr. Speaker, we'll be there for Northern Ontario, whether it's through the capacity of FedNor or direct supports to the lumber industry or supports for critical mining. The Northern Ontario knows they have a strong partner in the federal government.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals told us that they wanted to fast-track the construction of major projects. That is why we voted for Bill C-5. And yet today, absolutely nothing has changed. No barrier has been lifted. Bureaucracy is still stifling, and permitting still takes far too long. That is why Conservatives have proposed the Canadian Sovereignty Act, so that we can get more exported and get more built. Will the government vote in favour of our motion, or will it continue to hold back the economy? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, these ideas were put to the test last year during a general election. During that election, the Prime Minister's plan to build Canada and build Canada strong won the day. The approach proposed by the member opposite was rejected, which I assume is news to them. I would like to reiterate for my honourable colleague that the Port of Saguenay is one project that we announced, as well as the Contrecoeur Port, a major, which will be a major boon to Quebec's logistics and supply chains. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, January 17th was a historic moment for Canada. The Canadian government announced the launch of the Assault-Style Firearms Compensation Program in Montreal alongside representatives of the Quebec government. Quebec has a special role in Canada's public safety landscape due to, among other things, our history, our collective sensitivities, and our provincial legislative frameworks. Could the Secretary of State for Nature explain how Quebec-Ottawa partnership is essential for the success of both this program and our shared goals? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question, which has to do with an issue very important to Quebecers and also to all Canadians. Canadians want this program to work. They want it to work well, and they want assault-style firearms off our streets. What will the Quebec Agreement do? It will allow Quebec to provide the assistance of the Sûreté du Québec to this program. And I would like to thank hunters and firearm owners across Canada who have signed up to the program so that these guns could be taken off our streets.
The Prime Minister wants to talk about the gap between rhetoric and reality. Well, last week, reality came in the form of 2 police cars in my driveway investigating a report of shots fired on my street. My neighbours are wondering if we're now in the line of fire of some extortionist. Wow. Surrey's Mayor Brenda Locke is asking this government to declare a state of emergency. Conservatives are asking, will this government stop with the rhetoric, restore mandatory minimums, and repeal their catch and release laws so criminals feel the consequences?
Yeah. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives need to decide whether they're going to help us stop extortions or whether they're going to obstruct us giving law enforcement the tools they need in order to prevent these crimes from happening.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, right now it takes about 6 months for police agencies to connect a phone number to an IP address or to a person, to a criminal, Mr. Speaker. But these Conservatives are against supporting our lawful access measures, which would give law enforcement these exact tools. Which side are they on, Mr. Speaker? I hope they vote with us when we put this bill to Parliament.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
York Region Police recently arrested a man accused of extorting a Vaughan resident for 7 years through threats and violence. Extortion is not a talking point. It's impacting real Canadians. Now Liberals are spreading falsehoods. Let's look at bail reform. The Liberals tabled bail changes October 23rd. We agreed to send the bill to committee on November 18th, and until yesterday, they sidelined public safety to attack freedom of expression. So, will the Liberal government stop their obstruction and work with Conservatives to restore mandatory minimums for extortion and repeal catch and release laws Bill C5 and C75?
Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about catching these criminals. In order to catch these criminals, the police need the tools to do so. They need to be able to connect IP addresses and phone numbers to the criminals, which the Conservatives are obstructing and stopping from passing in this House. We brought lawful access measures, Mr. Speaker, to this Parliament in June, yet they've been obstructing those measures all along. Whose side are they on? Will they help our law enforcement and police officers with catching these criminals, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Federal Court of Appeal has once again affirmed that this Liberal government broke the most supreme law in this country, the Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, when it wrongly used the Emergencies Act, and also that it violated the Charter rights of Canadians by freezing the bank accounts of political protesters and limiting the legal right to protest. If this truly is a new government, will they say to Canadians right now that they will accept this ruling, uphold the civil liberties of Canadians, and not appeal this to the Supreme Court?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud resident of the National Capital Region, I can only but lament this member's repeated, and I will give him this, he's been consistent on this, his repeated endorsement of the occupation of this downtown, of the disturbance and unbelievable annoyance that this created for residents of downtown Ottawa, and of the fact that it was an unlawful demonstration, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately was ended by the good graces and very Canadian model of cooperative law enforcement, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, the Prime Minister announced new measures to put money back in the pockets of Canadians, including the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, which I know will mean a great deal to my constituents in Peterborough and Canadians across the country. It also included new measures to improve our domestic production and enhance food security in Canada. As a farmer, I can't stress enough just how important this is. Now more than ever, Canadians want food made and produced right here in Canada. Can the Minister of Agriculture please explain what Monday's announcement will mean for our producers and for security in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. She gets it as a farmer, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want access to Canadian-grown food, and our world-class farmers, producers and ranchers are ready to deliver. On Monday, our new government announced immediate expensum for greenhouse buildings. This will allow producers to fully write off greenhouses that become available for use before 2030. We are developing a national food security strategy, investing $20 million into a local food infrastructure fund, and much more. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, we're improving affordability for more than 12 million Canadians and building a more domestic, resilient food system here at home. I hope the Conservatives can agree.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, forestry families on Vancouver Island are struggling. The Crofton Mill closed, the Atlee Mill closed, Chemainus Mill curtailed to the end of 2026. Hundreds and hundreds of jobs are lost, but more importantly, already struggling families are now facing dire consequences. This government's handouts and subsidies are not helping those affected and will not save this critical and renewable resource industry. When will the Prime Minister deliver on his promised softwood lumber trade deal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
The closure of a mill is a difficult news, whether it's on Vancouver Island or all across the country. It's a difficult news for workers, their family, and the community. The federal government has come forward with support for the sector. We urge the provincial government to work with us as partner to protect these jobs.
I've been putting up with a lot of loud noise coming from my left, but I had to call it out now because I'm having trouble hearing the honourable member. So the honourable member from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We really, it's a difficult news, the closure of any mills, whether it's on Vancouver Island or anywhere in the country. And we've come forward with a lot of support from a financial perspective. We work with the provincial government as partner to protect these. And they may have missed the news that we announced a forest sector transformation task force by the industry. They've already met, and they're formulating recommendations for the government for the future. We will continue to examine every option available. I urge the member to work with us on those.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. With massive cuts being made to our civil service, how can the government justify threats to public health and safety as outlined today by the Public Service Alliance of Canada? Specifically in my community, we're very concerned as across a number of departments, believe it or not, workers involved in marine emergency response to oil spills have all been laid off. How does the government justify this?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Le President, I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Canada's new government is taking a responsible approach to renewing the public service, focused on efficiency, sustainability, and respect for those who serve Canadians. New incentives are being introduced to support workforce renewals and to manage adjustments primarily through voluntary measures. Budget 2025 also proposes a measured reduction in up to 1,000 executive positions over the next 2 years to ensure leadership structure remain aligned with operational needs. Thank you.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Miles McDougall, Minister of Advanced Education for Alberta. I believe the member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, has a point of order.
Just gonna wait till it calms down.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find. I'm going to start again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That, notwithstanding the order made Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025, Bill C-225, an act to amend the Criminal Code, be withdrawn from the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights and referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. 3:15, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mrs. Stubbs relating to the business of supply. Convoquer les députés.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mrs. Anstey, moved that in the interest of restoring Canadian economic sovereignty, the House call on the government to immediately introduce a Canada dispense? No? Okay. Immediately introduce a Canada Sovereignty Act that A, reestablishes Canada as a competitive resource-producing nation by repealing federal measures that block or penalize development, including 1, the Impact Assessment Act, formerly Bill C-69, 2, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, formerly Bill C-48, the Federal Industrial Carbon Tax, 3, 4, the Oil and Gas Emissions Cap, 5, the Federal Electric Vehicle Sales Mandate, 6, the Federal Plastics Manufacturing Prohibition, 7, federal regulatory restrictions that impede communication and advocacy by Canadian energy companies. B, reward provinces, businesses, and workers who build and invest in Canada by 1, introducing a Canada First reinvestment tax cut to spur domestic industrial activity. 2, providing free trade bonuses to provincial governments that remove internal trade barriers and fully open their markets to fellow Canadians. And C, protects Canadian innovation by requiring the Minister of Industry to present plans to Parliament to keep Canada's inventions, discoveries and innovations from being sold off to other countries. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross. No.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper. Yes,
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. McLean Calgary Center.
Mr. McLean Calgary Center.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Googlemin.
Mr. Googlemin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conant.
Mrs. Conant.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Miss Cronus.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle. Correction, Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
No.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald-Malpec.
Mr. McDonald-Malpec.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Ojevsky.
Ms. Ojevsky.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Chagger.
Ms. Jagger.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Destinati Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Destinati Mississippi, Churchill River.
Miss McKnight.
Miss McKnight.
Miss Chartrand.
Miss Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mrs. Galmasty.
Mrs. Galmasty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Miss McLean Esquimalt Saanich Suk.
Ms. McLean Esquimalt Saanich Suk.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Minard.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Chattel.
Madame Chattel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Letio.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Zerowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Coury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Classen.
Mr. Classen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Pawlowski.
Mr. Pawlowski.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Miss Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Monsieur Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurtle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Navin.
Miss Wien.
Miss Wien.
Miss O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Miss Royer.
Ms. Roy.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Back to Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss May.
Miss May.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use their raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Speaker, I have a technical difficulty. I want my vote registered as no.
Nay, okay.
Ms.
Lambropoulos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to vote no.
Madame Lambropoulos, nay, contre.
The Chief Government Whip has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley voted both in person and online. And when he was in person, he actually wasn't even in his seat. I'm wondering if you can let us know if his vote counted twice, what happened there, and how we can ensure this doesn't happen in the future.
The electronic vote that will count. It's not ideal. Not ideal. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 137, 137. Nays contre 197, 197.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-228 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Monsieur Simard, appuyé par
Mr. Simard, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moved that Bill C-228 enact to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act, prior review of treaties by Parliament, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Simard.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favour of the motion will please rise.
On commence par la 6e rangée.
Sixth row.
On commence par la 6e.
We are starting on the sixth row to my left.
Johns. Mr. Johns. Miss Idlout. Miss Idlout.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Miss Kwan. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Quatrième.
Fourth row to my left.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Barcelot-Duval. Monsieur Barcelot-Duval. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Lemire.
Third row to my left.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Gaudreau.
Deuxième.
Second row to my left.
Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Deschaines. Monsieur Deschaines. Monsieur Bonin. Monsieur Bonin.
Première.
First row to my left.
Monsieur Garon. Monsieur Garon. Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Tous ceux à
All those at my right in favour of the motion will please rise. Sixth row to my right. Fifth row to my right.
Miss May.
Miss May.
Fourth row to my right. Third row to my right. Second row to my right. First row to my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row to my left.
Mr. Nader. Mr. Gouglamine. Mr. Gouglamine. Mr. Gunn. Mr. Gunn. Monsieur Hardy. Monsieur Hardy. Mr. Holman. Mr. Holman. Mr. Kibble. Mr. Kibble. Miss Conant. Mrs. Conant. Miss Cronis. Miss Cronis. Mr. Holman. Correction. Mr. Lawton. Mr. Lawton. Mr. Mahal. Mr. Mahal. Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row to my left.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Baber.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRieder.
Mrs. DeRieder.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Fourth row to my left.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Third row to my left.
Mr. Van Popka.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Second row to my left.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
First row to my left.
Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurtle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Miss Minama.
Miss Minama.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Whean.
Miss Whean.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Miss Royer.
Miss Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Washorn.
Monsieur.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row to my right.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Miss Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschaines Thériault.
Monsieur Deschaines Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right.
Monsieur Yakano.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Troisième rangée à ma
Further row to my right.
Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Laiteo.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Zerowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Destinity Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Destinity Mississippi Churchill River.
Miss McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Miss Chartron.
Ms. Chartron.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mrs. Gulmasty.
Mrs. Gulmasty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Miss McLean, Esquimalt Sanet-Suk.
Ms. McLean, Sanet-Suk.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Minard.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
First row on my right.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malbec.
Mr. McDonald Malbec.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Miss DeBruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Ojewski.
Miss Ojewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Sidhu.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to register my vote as nay.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South, nay, contre.
Okay, nay. Ms. Lambropoulos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to vote no as well.
Lambropoulos, nay, contre.
The table will now file the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 32-32, nays contre 302-302.
I declare the motion defeated. There's a point of order. Excuse me. If we could have some silence. The chief government whip has a point of order.
I just want to follow up on my point of order from before. So if you actually look online, what it says online is that the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley voted in person. But there's an asterisk next to his name, which usually means that they changed their vote. I'm bringing this to your attention not because I particularly care about the last vote, but I really believe that we need to create some kind of standard in here, and that you need to rule on what the rules really are when it comes to voting. For example, can I vote in my seat and then suddenly get up, leave, and go vote a different way on the app? And perhaps if you don't feel comfortable coming to this answer, you could then write to Proc and ask Proc to come up with a rule for the House, because in all honesty, it's becoming extremely difficult to perform the function. Thank you.
Noted, and I thank the honourable member for his point of order. We'll get back to him on that. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 27 minutes.
Ready to settle down. So, daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.1, I'd like to table in both official languages a Notice of Ways and Means motion for a bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.2, I'd like to request an order of the day be designated for the consideration of this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue. Oh. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. McKnight, requests leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act.
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read the second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled Protecting Canada's Poultry Industry for a Better Control of Spent Fowl Imports into Canada.
Questions on the order paper. I'm sorry, I've jumped over. Yes. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
Introduction of Senate public bills. Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition from people from across Canada who want to draw to attention the concerns around Bill C-9. They're concerned that pieces of the Bible could be criminalized, and they are insistent that the state has no place in recognizing or refusing religious texts. They are concerned that freedom of expression or freedom of religion are under attack, and they call on the Liberal government to protect freedom of religion and uphold the right to read, share, and promote religious texts. Madam Speaker, that is my petition today.
Member from Mission Mascouy, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Mission Mascouy, Abbotsford, I'd like to present a petition on Bill C-9. The Liberal bloc amendment to Bill C-9 passed at the Justice Committee removes the good faith religious defense clause from the Criminal Code of Canada. Bill C-9 would allow the state to prosecute those who express deeply held religious beliefs the government finds offensive. Therefore, the following citizens are asking for the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-9, protect religious freedom, and uphold the right to read and share sacred texts and prevent government intrusion into faith. The second petition I would like to present today is on behalf of residents in Mission Mascouy, Abbotsford, who are deeply concerned about the proposed expansion of medical assistance in dying to individuals whose sole underlying condition is a mental illness. My constituents fear that expanding MAID in this way risks normalizing suicide as a response to mental illness. They believe instead that Canada should prioritize and strengthen mental health supports. The third petition I would like to present today is on GST and HST in the context of physical education, specifically dance education, which provides significant physical, mental, and emotional health benefits, including improved fitness, self-confidence, and resilience, contributing to the overall well-being of Canadians. These Canadians are calling on the Government of Canada to remove GST from instructional dance classes that meet formal educational criteria and align with the existing GST exemption for music instruction. And the last petition I would like to present today Madam Speaker, and you will know my brevity for each one, is on behalf of citizens of Abbotsford in honor of Darshan Sassi, who lost his life a few months ago. These residents are calling upon the Government of Canada to reinforce the process of public reporting so Canadians can clearly see how federal, provincial, and local governments are working together to prevent further increases in violent and organized crime. And Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise and present petitions constructively.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to present a petition signed by my constituents in Edmonton Grisba. This petition highlights the 26-year persecution of the Falun Gong practitioners in China. My constituents say this persecution has included torture, killings, and forced organ harvesting. Petitioners call on the federal government to take urgent action to end these abuses and to protect a community targeted by foreign repression. I'm pleased to bring this critical matter forward.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean. Madam Mayor.
Speaker, I rise to present petition E6827. In the context of the forthcoming elections in Bangladesh, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to call for cessation of and accountability for human rights violations, political persecution, religiously motivated violence, illegal detentions, and extrajudicial killings. The petitioners are asking for internationally monitored, free and fair elections with the participation of all political parties. And finally, they call on Canada to support diplomatic and multilateral efforts to restore peace, democratic governance, and rule of law in Bangladesh. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition from Canadians concerned about Bill C-9. Faith, as you know, Madam Speaker, is a matter of conscience, and the petitioners are worried that the state is interfering with their religious texts and teachings, will impinge on religious freedom, and lead to government overreach in matters of faith. They're calling on this House to prevent government interference in faith, religious belief, and practice. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting this petition on behalf of Smilkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Petitioners are saying that they have a right to free speech, right to religion, and freedom of expression, and they're concerned that the amendments to Bill C-9 presented by Liberals and Bloc are going to be used to criminalize passages from the Torah, the Quran, the Bible. They're asking they're asking the government to withhold the right to read and share these sacred texts.
Bravo.
Member for Courtney Albany.
Today to present e-petition 6795, which is sponsored by Chloe Dubois from Ocean Legacy Foundation. Madam Speaker, she rises in this petition that's been signed by 659 Canadians who are deeply concerned about ghost gear, Madam Speaker, abandoned, lost, or discarded fishing gear that is amongst the most deadliest sources of plastic pollution. She's concerned, Madam Speaker, that the Liberal government killed this very important program, and they note that ghost gear kills fish, marine animals, species like wild salmon, seabirds, turtles, damages habitat, creates microplastics and even hazards navigation and active harvesters, which hurts coastal communities, Madam Speaker, our way of life and our economy. They point out that the dedicated funding for retrieval, prevention, repair, and recycling works, creating skilled jobs and partnerships with Indigenous communities, small business, coastal people, fishers, harbour authorities, and recyclers, especially in rural and remote areas. And she's calling for the government to reinstate and expand a permanent multi-year ghost gear fund with streams for rapid retrieval response, prevention, and innovation, including gear marking, tracking, and whale-safe rope pilots, end-of-life management, repair and recycling, and community capacity and Indigenous guardian programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To the honourable member, a short summary of the petition. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith. I'm sorry for sexual violence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are neighbours. I rise today to present a petition of deep concern to many constituents. As Canadians from coast to coast know, we have a housing crisis. I'll be as short as I can, Madam Speaker. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to expedite and focus on immediate help for people who can't afford to get a roof over their head, particularly by getting rid of real estate investment trusts and corporate ownership of housing units as investment properties. They also call on the government to focus on more support for co-op housing and other forms of more accessible shared housing arrangements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Cambridge.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who call on the government to withdraw Bill C-9. Canadians feel religion is under attack and ask the government to respect and protect religious freedom and freedom of speech as fundamental rights that Canadians expect Parliament to uphold, as the state has no place in the religious texts or teachings of any faith community.
Bravo. The honourable member for Niagara South.
Speaker, I rise to present a petition on Bill C-9. Canadians are concerned about the erosion of religious freedoms as contained in this legislation. They're also concerned that governments are intruding on faith. These petitioners are calling for the withdrawal of C-9, and they're pleased to present these views on behalf of the many proud Canadians who signed it.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting a petition from concerned Canadians today, and they are concerned about the Liberal government's assault on freedom of expression and freedom of religion contained in Bill C-9, and particularly the Bloc and Liberal amendment to remove protections for people of faith to have open discussions about truth in this country. Madam Speaker, the petitioners remind the government that it has no place policing the religious texts of Canadians of faith and ask that the government withdraw Bill C-9.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present two petitions. The first is from Canadians who are profoundly concerned about the government's plan to expand medical assistance in dying to those whose sole underlying condition is a mental illness. The petitioners make their position clear. They state that mental illness is by nature treatable and recovery is possible. They warn that expanding MAID in these circumstances risks normalizing the idea that those struggling with mental illness should be offered assisted dying instead of suicide prevention treatment. Therefore, the petitioners call upon Parliament to adopt Bill C-218, ensuring that mental illness is not classified as a grievous and irremediable condition for the purposes of MAID. The second petition is from Canadians who are expressing great concern about the assault on religious freedom and freedom of expression contained in Bill C-9. which removes the long-standing good faith safeguards for religious expression, raising the risk that Canadians could face investigation for expressing sincerely held beliefs on a religious subject or for citing certain religious text. The petitioners remind the government, and particularly the Liberal members and Bloc members, that freedom of religion and expression are listed as fundamental freedoms in our Charter. Therefore, the petitioners ask the government to withdraw Bill C-9, protect the freedom of religion for all Canadians, so they can discuss their faith and share their religious texts in the public square without a fear of government investigation.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Budrekano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm bringing a petition today from constituents that are concerned about the Liberal Bloc amendment to C-9 that was passed at Justice Committee that removes the good faith religious defence clause from the Criminal Code of Canada, allowing the government to criminalize passages from the Bible, Quran, Torah, and other sacred texts, resulting in punishment of up to 2 years in prison. They are calling on the government to withdraw C-9 and to protect religious freedom, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government intrusion into their faith. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on a petition from the great residents of Simcoe Grey and more specifically Clearview Township. This will be the first of many petitions. The Department of National Defence has purchased 700-plus acres of prime farmland overlapping the Minising wetlands to build a preliminary Arctic over-the-horizon radar system in Clearview Township. And DND has now sent emails out to many of those surrounding it and want an additional 2,600 acres of prime farmland to create this site. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to stop the building of any over-the-horizon site on the already purchased property, prevent future acquisitions of the prime farmland and building of any over-the-horizon site on the prime farmland in Clearview Township, and register the previously purchased property with the Ontario Farmland Trust to prepare its agricultural status. People are concerned, people are worried, they don't want to be expropriated. Many of the townships are supporting this that are in the area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today with people that have signed a petition, in particular from Winnipeg North, that really have emphasized how Canada's Indo-Canadian community has grown, and those that have a high interest in being able to travel to India. And what they're asking for is to see how we can increase the number of international flights that go directly, in particular from Winnipeg, but specifically from Canada, going over into Europe. So whether it's the government or our airport authorities, to do what they can to increase the number of international flights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great privilege to rise on behalf of Canadians, and many of them in my riding, raising very severe concerns with the way that the Liberal government is, through Bill C-9, attacking the religious freedoms of Canadians. The petitioners who have signed this are concerned in particular about the Liberal amendment adopted by Liberal members of Parliament that would remove long-standing protections for religious speech, and petitioners are calling on the government to withdraw this divisive and toxic Bill C-9 to stand up for the fundamental freedoms of Canadians. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Again, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agree. Demande de débat d'urgence.
A request for an emergency debate.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to request an emergency debate on the recently deeply concerning actions and statements by the Trump administration that have grave implications for the sovereignty and security of Canada. On January 3rd, President Trump ordered American forces to disregard international law and core principles of national sovereignty by attacking Venezuela, a UN member state. This aggression was followed by President Trump's announcement of a Monroe Doctrine, considering the entire Western Hemisphere to be within the sole hegemonic control of the United States. On January 18, President Trump expressed his intent to seize Greenland, a territory of Denmark, another UN member state, and importantly, a NATO member. He justified this aggression by referencing Greenland's Arctic proximity, mineral reserves, and inadequate defense capacity. These actions and words have direct application to Canada. They follow repeated and continuing threats made to Canada since Donald Trump became president. They are occurring on a daily basis right up to this moment. There is a wide consensus among observers, policy experts, and stakeholders from across the political spectrum in Canada, from Jason Kenney to Bob Rae, that our country is vulnerable as a result. It is vital that members of Parliament be afforded an opportunity to speak to these important and urgent matters which profoundly affect our sovereignty, security, and place in the world. I ask that this emergency debate be approved and conducted forthwith tonight.
I thank the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway for his intervention. However, the Speaker is not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-18, Canada-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Act.
Mr. Cito, Brampton East, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moves that Bill C-18, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Canada and Indonesia, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to share my time with the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? Yes. Agreed. Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with pride and conviction to speak in support of Bill C-18, legislation that will bring into force the Canada-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. This is a consequential moment for Canada, a moment to choose engagement over hesitation, diversification over dependence, and action over rhetoric. It's a moment to demonstrate that Canada understands the economic realities of the 21st century and is prepared to act decisively in response to them. The global economy is changing, not gradually, but structurally. Growth is no longer concentrated in a small number of advanced economies. It is shifting towards the Indo-Pacific, towards emerging markets, towards economies with expanding middle classes, increasing infrastructure investments, and growing demand for food, energy, manufactured goods, and services. Canada cannot afford to be passive in this environment. That is why our new government is leaning forward. We are all in for Canada, Madam Speaker. Our economy, our workers, and our communities require foresight and deliberate action. Bill C-18 represents exactly that. A strategic decision to ensure Canadian businesses and workers are positioned to compete in the markets that will define future growth, and Indonesia is central to that story. With a population exceeding 275 million potential consumers, Indonesia is the fourth most populous country in the world and one of the largest economies in Southeast Asia. It is a country undergoing rapid urbanization, industrialization, and income growth. Its middle class is expanding by millions every single year. Demand is rising for food, raw materials, infrastructure inputs, clean technology, and professional services, areas where Canada has both capacity and global credibility. Today, trade between Canada and Indonesia is roughly $6.7 billion in goods and services annually. Yet, despite that volume, Canadian exporters continue to face tariffs that put them at a disadvantage compared to competitors who are already enjoying preferential access. That is precisely what Bill C-18 changes. Under this agreement, Indonesia will eliminate or reduce tariffs on nearly 86% of tariff lines, covering almost all current Canadian exports. Hear, hear. That's right. Madam Speaker, these are not symbolic reductions. They are commercially meaningful changes that affect pricing, competitiveness, and long-term investment decisions. And let me be clear about what that means. In agriculture, Indonesian tariffs on Canadian products such as wheat, barley, pulses, and oilseeds will be reduced or eliminated entirely. Indonesia is one of the world's largest importer of wheat and Canadian grain, which is valued for its quality and reliability. Eliminating tariffs ensures Canadian farmers compete on product excellence. That matters to producers in Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Manitoba. But it also matters to rail workers, port operators, processors, and exporters across Ontario, Quebec, and Atlantic Canada, who are part of that supply chain. In agri-food and processed foods, tariff reductions improve access for value-added products that support jobs, not only on farms, but in processing plants, logistics hubs, and other value-add services. These are jobs that sustain rural communities and urban communities alike, including communities like Brampton East, while strengthening food security at home and abroad. In fish and seafood, Indonesia currently applies tariffs of up to 15% on products such as lobster, salmon, scallops, and crab. Under this agreement, those tariffs will be eliminated and phased out. For fish harvesters and processors in Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, PEI, British Columbia, and Quebec, this translates directly into improved margins, stronger export volumes, and greater stability in seasonal employment. In forestry and wood products, tariff reductions will enhance competitiveness for Canadian softwood, pulp and paper products used in Indonesia's expanding construction and packaging sectors. These benefits will flow directly to forestry communities in British Columbia, Quebec, Ontario, and New Brunswick. In manufacturing, this agreement will reduce tariffs on industrial goods, such as machinery, automotive parts, aerospace components, chemicals, and fabricated metals.
News for Ontario.
For manufacturers in Southern Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, and Manitoba, this means the ability to bid into projects and supply chains in Southeast Asia without pricing themselves out of contention. In clean technology and environmental services, the agreement supports Canadian firms working in renewable energy, emissions reductions, water treatment, and sustainable infrastructure. As Indonesia invests billions in energy transition and climate resilience, Canadian companies gain predictable, rules-based access to the market. Madam Speaker, this agreement is particularly important for small and medium-sized businesses. Large multinational firms can absorb tariffs. Small businesses often cannot. For them, even a 5% duty can be the difference between entering a market or staying out of it. Eliminating tariffs reduces upfront risks, improves cash flows, and allows smaller Canadian firms to plan multi-year export strategies and hire new staff to turn plans into production. This is what trade diversification looks like in practice. This is why it matters now more than ever. Your new government has committed to doubling Canada's non-U.S. exports over the next decade. Bill C-18 is a concrete step towards that goal. Trade is not a simple concept. Trade is people. It's skilled tradespeople seeing consistent demand. It is plant workers and technicians benefiting from expanded production. It is port workers, inspectors, and transportation professionals handling growing volumes of Canadian goods. These are resilient, productive jobs that anchor communities. Canada's primary producers are a vital part of this story, and the message we have received is clear. They support this agreement. Cereals Canada has called the conclusion of this agreement a significant milestone and praised the government's commitment to expanding market access and creating new opportunities for Canadian exporters. That support resonates in provinces like Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Manitoba, where grain production supports farm families, transport workers, exporters, and related industries. It also strengthens supply chains that reach Ontario, Quebec, and Atlantic Canada, connecting communities through stable jobs and increased economic activity. By securing markets in Indonesia, Canadian farmers gain predictability, allowing them to plan for multi-year harvests, invest in sustainable farming practices, and contribute to food security both domestically and globally. It also reinforces Canada's reputation as a dependable supplier of high-quality, ethically produced agriculture products. The Wheat Growers Association has described this agreement as a win for Western Canadian farmers, noting Indonesia's growing demand for high-quality grain and the importance of market diversification in protecting livelihoods and strengthening resilience. These lessons extend far beyond agriculture. They illustrate how strategic trade agreements benefit the broader economy, from manufacturing to services, and from urban to rural Canada. When farmers thrive, communities thrive. When exporters grow, supply chains grow. When trade expands, opportunity expands. In the protein and manufacturing sectors, the Canadian Meat Council and the Canadian Pork Council have described this agreement as a landmark opportunity to expand Canada's presence in the Indo-Pacific. It is clear that when we act decisively, the benefits ripple across sectors, regions, and communities. It positions Canadian processors and manufacturers to invest confidently, knowing that the rules of trade are clear, predictable, and fair. Madam Speaker, through you, I want to speak directly to this chamber. I believe profoundly in this agreement. I believe in the leadership of Prime Minister in advancing Canada's role on the global stage. I believe in this government's conviction that Canada must engage, diversify, and lead to secure long-term prosperity. And I believe in Canadians, the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the workers, and innovators who turn opportunity into results. But colleagues across the aisle do not have to take my word for it. The value of this agreement is being affirmed by the Canadians who will put it to work every single day. The exporters, producers, processors, manufacturers, small businesses, workers, they are ready, they are prepared, and they are asking Parliament to act. Choosing not to act is a decision. Delaying is a decision. Hesitation is a decision. And in fact, moving global economy, those decisions carry consequences. Other countries are moving quickly to secure access in fast-growing markets, and Canada must move too. Bill C-18 ensures Canadian workers can compete on a level playing field. It ensures Canadian businesses are positioned for a long-term success. And it ensures Canada remains a reliable, rules-based partner. This agreement is not just a document, it is a bridge connecting Canadian ambition with global demand, and we are not stopping with Indonesia. We are deepening engagement across the Indo-Pacific. We are building new partnerships. We are opening new markets. We are securing Canada's place in the fastest-growing region of the global economy. Because leadership means acting. Because prosperity means building. Because Canada's future will not be shaped by standing still. It will be shaped by stepping forward. Bill C-18 is a statement of confidence in Canada, confidence in our workers, confidence in our businesses, and confidence in our future. Madam Speaker, we are all in for Canada. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Gentleman member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair. I thank my honourable colleague for those words and bringing to this chamber a bill that on its face may receive some positive reviews from our side, but we'll have to wait to hear and see this bill and examine it at committee. But the minister mentioned rules-based trade. I wondered if he would state for this House whether he agrees with the Prime Minister who said the rules-based trading system is dead, or whether he agrees with the President of the EU Central Bank, the former IMF chair, and the former Minister of Finance of France, who said that she does not agree with the Canadian Prime Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member for his question, for his important work on the Trade Committee, and of course, as my critic. It's an important time. The member opposite mentioned the Prime Minister. We've been clear with Canadians since the very start. Just over 8 months ago, during the election, we promised Canadians that we'd be out there diversifying our trading partners, along with the speech from the throne, and in our budget, we're making record-level investments. We're opening doors. This is what it's going to take to ensure our economic resilience, to ensure that Canadians have opportunities around the world. And so Canada is seen as a reliable trading partner. And that's why the calls that we're getting is we want to do more with Canada. We want to do more with Canadian workers. We want to do more with Canadian farmers. And so we're going to be there to continue opening doors for our workers and for our farmers. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Soulanges. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech, but the question I would like to ask, yes, this agreement allows us to diversify our trade markets, but it doesn't seem to be modern enough, this agreement, because it didn't take account at all of the ban on forced work or the violation of human rights in supply chains. It doesn't take account of these at all, and I think Canada, which is more progressive in this area, well, should they not take these factors into account with new agreements, particularly in terms of human rights and violation of them, and also forced labor? Why did the government choose to exclude these or from the agreement or not make it a requirement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, with respect to human rights, labor, and environment, remain at the heart of our trade policies and our high-standard trade agreements. Canada is deliberate and mindful when negotiating trade agreements, and we prioritize Canadian values, protecting workers' values, protecting workers' right environmental standards. Madam Speaker, building new trading partners around the world is an important driver to promote economic security for Canada. And if you look at how trade drives our economy. 2/3 of our economy is powered by international trade. Millions of jobs are directly related to international trade, and so we have to continue to be out there knocking on those doors, getting these type of agreements done to build on our 15 free trade agreements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good answer.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député,
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister of International Trade for this bill. And I'd also like to underscore all of the work that was done by the Prime Minister and his team to develop new partnerships like this one. And in my riding of Sherbrooke, companies and entrepreneurs understand very well the importance of diversifying trade markets, particularly given the current context, and they're ready to do so. So I'd like the Minister to tell us about the tools we're giving them to be able to fully profit from a partnership like this one. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for that very important question in terms of the ecosystem that we're developing. Look, I spent 13 years in the private sector facilitating international trade for hundreds of businesses, and we need to continue to step up to give those businesses tools to get export ready. And so in Budget 2025, we have announced the Canada Export SME Readiness Program to get businesses ready to export. Once they're ready to export, we're going to utilize a program called Can Export that will get them to trade shows so they can show off their products and services. And once they've got their first shipment ready, we want to be able to facilitate credit for that shipment through EDC. And so we're putting about $25 billion more into credit facilitation. So this is about creating the ecosystem so Canadian businesses and workers can succeed on the global stage. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to begin, of course, by acknowledging that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I did have a question for the Minister, which I was unable to get in, but perhaps I can work it into my speech. I also want to start, because I'm sure the people watching today's debate in the Canadian House of Commons, that many of them will be from Indonesia, interested in what Canadian parliamentarians think about their country and this trade agreement. So I do want to start by expressing deep condolences to the people of Indonesia who just last weekend experienced an extreme weather event, likely due to climate change because of the extreme rainfall event that caused landslides. At this point, those landslides in West Java have killed at least 20 people, and there are dozens still missing. So we're aware of the difficult time being faced right now by local governments and communities, including naval officials who are still stuck due to the landslides. It's a horrific event. But that brings me, Madam Speaker, to the question I was going to ask the Minister, but I think I'll start by prefacing my speech with this question, because we have before us a bill that would appear to be an opportunity for the House of Commons to either agree and ratify a treaty or not. I think as a matter of law that this treaty likely was considered by both Canada and Indonesia to have come into force when the Prime Minister and the leadership in Indonesia signed the agreement back in September of 2025. So I think this is somewhat pro forma, which is troubling. In Canada, which a lot of Canadians wouldn't know, each government, each executive, Prime Minister and Cabinet has a choice. Do you bring a treaty to Parliament for debate and vote, or does it get passed solely in Cabinet by Governor and Council? And then later, such as in this case, the agreement was signed, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Canada and Indonesia was signed before it ever came to Parliament. We're now debating and considering an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. So it's kind of a hybrid here. In the past, we've had many treaties where a Prime Minister has decided this is so important that we're going to debate it on the floor of the House of Commons and let Parliament vote. So let me contrast two with which I'm very familiar. One was the time that former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien felt that it was really important for Canada's Parliament as a whole to debate and vote on the Kyoto Protocol back in 1997, the first of many legally binding climate negotiations that were concluded. After that, another example, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper decided the Canadian Parliament didn't need to debate or vote on a very dangerous agreement, which was in the end concluded only by a vote in Cabinet, by an order in Council. And that relates to the context of what I'm going to continue to speak about here today. That was the Canada-China Foreign Investment Protection and Promotion Agreement, or FIPA, which never was debated in Parliament, but was only carried through the Governor and Council, and allows for, to this day, secret hearings if the People's Republic of China objects to any change in a regulation or rule or by a local government, provincial government, whatever. We can then be sued for whatever amount basically the Politburo of People's Republic of China, because so many of their enterprises are state-owned. In any case, the FIPA with China never came before Parliament. So each government has the option, each federal government, of concluding any treaty with a foreign power either through Cabinet alone or through bringing it to Parliament for a vote. In this case, I'm afraid that this is probably already a legally binding treaty with Indonesia before we've discussed it here, but this is the Implementation Act to bring it forward. It's very much the case that the Green Party agrees with the goals of the current government, that we need trade diversification. But we would prefer far more effort to ensure that those agreements we make are with strong democracies that share our values. In this, I can now quote her in this place because she's no longer a member, but former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland put it this way, quote, "Democracies should depend on democracies, not dictators," unquote. Even in times when we need more trade agreements, more trade diversification, less reliance on the United States, no question, we should look at with whom we're climbing into bed on these issues. I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, about the fact, and it is true, Indonesia is a democracy, but it may be a democracy in name only. According to the Economist's investigation unit, intelligence unit, they have for years marked Indonesia down as a flawed democracy. There are many issues, such as were already raised by my friend and colleague from the Bloc Québécois, about human rights within Indonesia, the fraying of that relationship between a real democracy where the people really decide what the policies are and really control their government. There are many democracies around the world where people may think that may not be the case. In any case, Indonesia still, on paper, is a democracy. But when we look at this agreement, and I do want to focus on one specific area and one specific company, we have had a lot of trade with Indonesia already, and I question whether it's been to our benefit and whether we shouldn't have reviewed some of these trade arrangements more closely. I speak, of course, of the fact, which is astonishing for most Canadians, that the largest of our pulp and paper enterprises across Canada is a company that's basically controlled in Indonesia. It is called Paper Excellence, and over the years, first it started by buying Northern Pulp in Pictou County, Nova Scotia. Then it has absorbed Domtar and Resolute and Catalyst. It controls a vast amount of Canadian forest, and it runs pulp and paper mills across Canada. Now, by this agreement, we are now giving the same thing I mentioned earlier, the Foreign Protection Promotion Agreement for Investments. That would mean the government of Indonesia can complain and go to arbitration if we change our rules or laws as affect their investments. This is a very strange situation. I know the Standing Committee on Natural Resources subpoenaed the leadership of Paper Excellence to come before the committee to explain what they were doing with our pulp and paper industry, with our vast area of forest that they now control. The entire corporation is controlled by one Indonesian billionaire, Mr. Wijawa refused to come before the committee and sent some representatives. The company on paper is registered in Vancouver, but this is, again, there's no transparency. It's not listed on any stock exchange. It is the sole property of one individual billionaire. And by this agreement, which I think is already signed and in law, we have now given investment protection and the ability to go to an investor-state dispute resolution to complain if a Canadian province decides this was a mistake to let an Indonesian multinational buy up Domtar, Resolute, Catalyst, or Northern Pulp, and we now wish to protect our forests, protect our forest workers, and put in place more protections. I did hear the minister's answer that this agreement does maintain that we're going to seek sustainable development, that we're going to promote the environment, promote fair labor standards, but we're dealing with a country where those things are rather unknown, and it's not clear to me how, in passing C-18, we will get to where we want to go. In terms of the promised new day and how much this is going to deliver for Canadians, the estimate is that this will increase Canada's GDP by 2040 by 0.012%. Again, we do want to diversify trade, but we do want to be careful. I look forward to this bill going to committee on second reading where we can pursue some of these questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I always listen intently when the member from Saanich Gulf speaks in this chamber. She opened the door on trading with democracies. She mentioned China by name. I wondered if she would offer an opinion on the Prime Minister's recent deal, if you want to call it a deal, or agreement with the CCP.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, my honourable friend from Simcoe North. Yes, I'm deeply concerned if we jettison human rights in an effort to get trade deals. There's a price we pay. I do think we need strengthened diplomatic relationships with the People's Republic of China, but I don't forget what happened to the two Michaels, and I don't forget where we stand for the Uyghurs and other human rights and the people of Tibet and.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important when we take a look at C-16 that we put it in the perspective of a commitment and an election platform that the Liberal Party presented to Canadians. We have to take a look in terms of the whole issue between the relationship between Canada and the USA and how critically important it is, without abandoning our values or anything of that nature, but looking at ways in which we can increase export opportunities for businesses of all sizes here in Canada, and to see additional investment where we can get that investment, again, without abandoning principles or values that Canadians have. And this is a piece of legislation that ultimately continues to advance an important issue of trade. And my question to the member is related to, when you put it in the perspective of Canada makes up 0.5% of the population of the world, yet we participate in 2.5% of world trade. If I can just get the member, the leader of the Green Party's overall position on trade.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary. We favor trade, particularly fair trade, rooted in Canadian values that extends to particularly prioritizes Canadian-owned businesses and enterprises, a Canada First policy that helps get our products first sold across interprovincial barriers and exported to the world. We need to link arms with other democracies that defend human rights.
Okay, questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Island for her presentation about this very important bill, because yes, in the current context, diversifying markets for our markets is essential. But, Madam Speaker, I'm part of the anti-modern slavery group, and so I'm very close to the subject, and it's terrible to see that there are still so many children and young women who have to work in a forced way. In all these agreements, The issue is the one that we have raised at the Bloc Québécois C228, for which we could have had treaties with which we could have had treaties debated in the House of Commons. The Prime Minister shouldn't have the sole voice for something that touches human rights, that touches forced labour. Such agreements should be debated at the House. What does she believe? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. I fully agree, because we are a people that has too long ignored the issue of child labour throughout the world. We have a position that is still empty when it comes to the Ombudsman position is empty. When it comes to the use of child and youth labour, we must do more.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I believe I need to seek unanimous consent to split my time with the esteemed member from Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Member for Simcoe North have the unanimous consent to split his time. Agreed. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise in the House of Commons. I consider it a distinct privilege every time I'm given the opportunity to use my voice in this place on their behalf, but on the behalf of the country and Canadians. And it is also a pleasure to rise on a bill on which I think there is general consensus that we should, I speak for myself only, of course, but we should send this bill to committee for further scrutiny. I think you've heard some reasonable concerns raised so far about this bill. But it's important to understand how we arrived here. I understand there have been many conversations between the House leaders looking for areas of collaboration. You know, if you listen to question period every day, you would hear the government just talk about obstruction. But I think this is an example where at least the official opposition party has offered its support to work with the government to collaborate on moving and expanding our trading relationships to the betterment of Canadian employees and workers and businesses and our citizens around the world. And so it is on this expanding trading relationship where I think there is some agreement, and frankly, to promote rules-based trade. Although I would say I have to disagree with the Prime Minister when he gave his speech and said that the rules-based trading system is dead. I don't think it is dead, Madam Chair. On the contrary, I think it's worth fighting for. In fact, if you don't want to take my word for it, the esteemed Christine Lagarde, who is the president of the EU Central Bank, she was the former finance minister in France. She also headed the International Monetary Fund. When she was asked whether she agreed with the Canadian Prime Minister, her comment was, "I'm on a different page than the Canadian Prime Minister." And so I think the rules-based trading system is worth fighting for. Canada and Indonesia have had a long-standing relationship dating back at least until 1952, but even before that, as it was gaining its independence. And as I mentioned before, while we generally support this bill moving to committee, we do think there are some issues that require further scrutiny, including those around procurement opportunities. I read the bill. At first glance, from feedback, there were a number of stakeholders who welcomed the bill. There were also a few individuals who highlighted the fact that with respect to procurement, it would appear that Indonesian firms have the access and ability to bid on Canadian government procurement projects. However, that same access is not afforded by right to Canadian firms to bid on projects in Indonesia. Of course, they are welcomed to indicate their willingness to bid, but they have to be invited by the government to do so. So I think that would be an area in which we would be seeking more information to discuss at committee at this bill, to further scrutinize it, to make sure that Canadian firms are receiving the same preferences. As I mentioned, I, as an individual, but Conservatives have generally always stood for free but fair trade, and that includes reciprocity. And so we need to make sure that if we are giving market access to one group of producers in one country, that we are afforded that same access when Canadian firms are abroad. I'm happy to report that the Trade Committee is working relatively well at the moment. We have a government bill at that committee that we've agreed to move forward in, again, the spirit of collaboration with the government. That is the bill that will allow the UK to ascend to the CPTPP, which I think, again, is yet another proof point on how Parliament can work together. We'll remind everyone, we just had an election and about 41% of Canadians voted for folks on this side of the House. A few more percentage folks voted for people just behind me, and just over 41 or 42% voted for people on the government side. I think that was a signal from Canadians that they expect this Parliament to find ways to work together, and Mr. Chair, I believe we are doing that. Prime Minister Harper had embarked on an aggressive trade deal expansion, which really have set up the number of agreements, including the one with the EU and member nations on which this current government has built. I don't think we always agree on many things in this chamber. As I've said before, I said to the minister yesterday in committee, I don't agree with a lot of what this government does. Their spending, their overtaxation, doubling of the deficits. They are preferring to spend valuable police resources confiscating firearms from law-abiding citizens instead of actually going after criminals and gangs and smugglers of illegal firearms. I am skeptical of the government's decision to get a little closer to the Politburo in Beijing, but I won't let all of those issues on which I disagree with the government blind me from acknowledging that we need to work together to expand our trading relationships. So on this issue, Mr. Chair, you can rest assured that because this is on behalf of the benefit of Canadians, because we believe that expanding our trading relationships and diversifying trade is an important step to take for our producers and for our employees and for our businesses, that is an area on which there is consensus. And so I offer my support, if that's one word to say, but I offer my hand in collaboration with the government to ensure that we can continue to deliver to Canadians expanded access across the globe. It is an important thing to expand our trade, but we will hold the government accountable when they are making these decisions. As I mentioned, we have some questions about this bill. We will not just blindly agree and support the government on every trade bill it brings forward. We believe it needs to go through the proper process, but we're here to work with them. I have to mention that I do have concerns with the government's traveling to Qatar and traveling to China. I think that will have some long-standing, difficult circumstances or difficult situations that we will face ourselves. I think it is an acknowledgement and a confirmation to the CCP in Beijing that their tactics have worked when we have capitulated because they squeezed us on tariffs. I would hope that this government is taking some lessons from the way that Mexico has been operating. The member from Saanich Gulf recognized that this trade deal will only increase GDP by, if I get this correct, 0.0012%. That is not going to replace our big elephant in the room deal with the United States. We had a relationship with Americans in the United States before the current president. We will have a relationship with the Americans in the United States after the current president. And it is important that we sort that relationship out in a way that benefits everyone in North America, including Americans, including Mexicans, including Canadians, for the benefit of us all, not just for our economy, but for peace and security and for certainty. That is the primary job of this government. They were elected on a promise to manage that relationship. We are still waiting, but until then, we're happy to support them as they try to expand trading relationships across the globe. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the speech for the member from Simcoe North. I think we all agree that it is a priority for Canada to diversify our economy and increase trade. So it's good to hear that tacit support and offer of collaboration from the members opposite. Having greater Canadian access to the 8th largest economy in the world, certainly on agricultural, seafood, and lumber, is great news for Canadians. Focusing in on Ontario, looking at opportunities for aerospace, clean technology, advanced manufacturing, minerals, mining, and energy. I'm wondering if the member opposite sees any particular benefits for Ontario in this trade deal. Thank you.
Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's my first question from that member. I welcome him to the chamber, although I do hear him often in question period. I would agree with him in the sense that I believe there's opportunities for Ontario, especially as it relates to agriculture. I think that's also something that applies across the country. I think Indonesia is poised to become one of the largest markets, certainly by population, but by a growing GDP, and so that will mean they have a greater demand for high-quality agricultural products, of which I think we can satisfy that demand.
Comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Joliet-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague and friend for his very interesting speech. He is providing us with in-depth reflections, and always has. We are in agreement with a Canada-Indonesia agreement in principle. We do need to diversify our trade, even though our main trade partner will continue to be the United States, and we must continue to negotiate with them. I would like to ask him a question about workers' rights, labor rights. This is something that is enshrined in free trade agreements more often to ensure that these rights are upheld. Indonesia has committed to ensuring labor rights, but we know that there are 100 million children forced to work in Indonesia, particularly in the textile sector. Also, in the leather tanning industry, there we often see women and migrant workers dealing with dangerous chemicals. Could my colleague offer his thoughts?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my friend for his question, but for his partnership for a long time on the Finance Committee. We did such a good job, they actually moved us to other committees. But he's a very thoughtful individual, and I'm proud to serve with him in this place. I do think it's important to consider labor rights, especially for young people. I do note that the Bloc has a bill on forced labor, and also we've been looking at that issue at the Committee at Trade in support of examining that issue further. So that would be another area of concern with which I believe we should further scrutinize this bill when it goes to the Trade Committee, if it is the will of the House.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech on this subject and for highlighting the history the Conservative Party has had when it comes to trade deals. And I was just wondering if he could expand a little bit more on why the Conservative Party has traditionally supported free trade and why it's something that is so important to so many members on this side of the House.
Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that question from my close friend and colleague. I think from the very early days of this country and even before it was formed, Canadians and those before us realized the importance of trade. We cannot satisfy ourselves with exactly everything that we need, but it is not just that. We actually have many things that the world needs, and we can trade those things for what we need here at home. And so I think from the earliest days of the founding members of our country up until today, Conservatives have always supported free trade, but it also has to be fair trade. It is built on reciprocity. That is, if you give something, you must get something. And I think that is an important distinction that we have to make sure is upheld, and a principle that we need to leave as our shining light or North Star.
Order. À l'ordre. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, Agriculture and Agri-Food, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, Health, and the Honourable Member for Calgary Crowfoot, International Trade.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, les Canadiens ont élu un parlement.
Canadians elected a minority parliament, and Conservatives fully respect the democratic will expressed by voters. That is why, as official opposition, we will do our constitutional job here in this House.
Oppose the government as official opposition, a constitutionally mandated role in a Westminster parliamentary democracy. On other matters, we will support the government, seeing that Canadians did not give the government a majority, requiring the opposition to play a role in moving certain matters forward in this House. Conservatives respect the democratic will of Canadians, as expressed in the last election. The government needs to do the same. That means the government needs to understand that on certain bills in front of the House, we will oppose the government, and on other bills in front of the House, we will support the government. It is not reasonable for the government to expect the opposition in this House to support it in all and any bills that it brings before the House. That would undermine the constitutional role the official opposition has in holding the appointed executive to account. Les conservateurs.
Conservatives support Bill C-18, just as we supported Bill C-13, an act to implement the Protocol on the accession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. And this is just like we have supported many other bills in this Parliament over the last year.
Supported the following 6 government bills. Bill S-2, an act to amend the Indian Act. Bill S-3, an act to amend the Weights and Measures Act and other acts. Bill C-4, an act respecting certain affordability measures for Canadians. Bill C-5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act. And Bill C-12, strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act. Recently, we agreed that we would expedite the study and passage of Bill C-14, Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. We've been clear that good ideas in the interest of Canadians will win our support. Including the bill in front of us today, we've supported 8 government bills in this Parliament and just in the last year. Les conservateurs appuient le...
Conservatives support Bill C-18, the Canada-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Implementation Act. This is a bill we support because we support diversifying our trade with other partners, especially in the Indo-Pacific.
This agreement will eventually reduce tariffs on 97% of Canadian exports destined for Indonesia. The government procurement in this trade agreement, however, requires further scrutiny. Indonesian firms can bid on Canadian contracts, but Canadian firms can only bid on Indonesian government procurement if it's expressly opened. Indonesian government procurement is largely closed. Other trading partners of Canada secured better agreements with Indonesia on government procurement rules, such as the United Arab Emirates and the European Union. The European Union also negotiated a commitment to begin market access negotiations. Canada has no specific timeline to begin negotiating market access. For Canada, market access is left to further negotiations and no published coverage schedules. Conservatives, however, will support passing Bill C-18 to committee, but we will scrutinize the effectiveness of this agreement and point for ways that it can be better utilized. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to finish my remarks about our support for this bill by saying something else. Signing trade agreements in and of itself is not enough to diversify our trade away from our single largest trading partner.
Capitalize on these trade agreements and these investment deals, the Government of Canada needs to do two other things. Two things that the government has not been doing. Two things that, if left undone, will prevent us from significantly diversifying trade away from our largest trading partner. The first thing we need to do is make Canadian goods and Canadian services more competitive to buyers in Asia and in Europe. Over the last decade, the Canadian economy has become uncompetitive, and many of our goods and services are no longer desired by buyers in Asia and in Europe. In fact, the trade data bears this out. In the year 2000, Canadian exports expressed as a percent of our gross domestic product were 42%. In 2024, the last year for which we have data, our global exports expressed as a percent of our GDP had dropped to 33%, a 9% drop as a percent of GDP. Clearly, our products and services are not as desirable to foreign buyers as they once were. And that's because the Canadian economy has become uncompetitive and overregulated. Our tax system has become a complete Byzantine mess, both the personal and corporate income tax system. We need to overhaul competition policy and make our economy more competitive. We need to eliminate regulation and the regulatory overburden that is strangling our competitiveness. And we need to overhaul our personal and corporate income tax system in the same ambitious way that we once did in 1971 and in 1986. The government has introduced none of these types of reforms to get our economy moving and to make our goods and services more desirable for buyers in Asia and Europe. The second thing we need to do is we need to increase the physical capability of exporting more goods and commodities to global markets via the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Currently, we do not have the capacity to significantly increase exports of commodities or goods via our country's largest ports. The Port of Vancouver, which is our largest port and is a federal entity, is woefully inefficient. According to a Standard & Poor's global study commissioned in 2024 by the World Bank, the Port of Vancouver ranked 389th out of 403 global ports for efficiency. It is critical to have sufficient trade corridor infrastructure to significantly increase the export of commodities and goods via our ports to Asia or to Europe. Here's another example of a lack of trade corridor infrastructure. Canada's the largest high-income nation in the world without a comprehensive national highway system. And by highway, I mean an autobahn, or an expressway, or an autoroute. a system that would run from coast to coast that is entirely grade separated with no cross traffic, with 4 or more lanes, 2 or more in each direction, allowing travel that is unimpeded by traffic signals, driveways, stop signs, or intersections. In fact, I encourage anyone listening to go to Google Maps and to map out the fastest way from Halifax to Vancouver, or from Toronto to Vancouver. And every single route will route you through the United States of America, through the U.S. interstate system, which is faster and more efficient than any highway system we have in this country. And that's just one example of the lack of trade corridor infrastructure that will prevent us from significantly diversifying trade beyond our largest trading partner. And again, the government has introduced no real plans to significantly expand trade corridor infrastructure or improve its efficiency. Monsieur le Président, comme j'ai dit,
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we support Bill C-18, as we have supported 7 other government bills in front of this House. But signing trade agreements alone isn't going to significantly diversify trade unless the government does the heavy lifting here at home of making our economy more competitive and ensuring that basic infrastructure is in place to export commodities and goods to global markets. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton West and Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills North for his speech. I think there's a number of areas where we largely agree, which is really good to hear. I really appreciated his discussion about the need for investment in ports and trade corridors and infrastructure, which is, of course, an important part of Budget 2025. In particular, the Port of Hamilton has direct access to the Atlantic through the St. Lawrence Seaway, a key export hub for Ontario, along with Hamilton Airport, which is actually the busiest overnight cargo airport in the entire country. But I wanted to ask the member about this new approach to collaboration and good faith, and if that will extend to committees, and how long will we expect that to last? Thank you.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. This is not a new approach. I enumerated 5 bills that we had been supporting already in the last year of this Parliament. Bill S2, Bill S3, Bill C4, Bill C5, Bill C12, and now, in addition to that, Bill C14 and the bill that we now have in front of this House, Bill C18. So, Mr. Speaker, we have been supporting some pieces of legislation to move ahead. The government, I think, would like to present a narrative that the opposition is being obstructionist, because I think the government would like to pull the pin early on a federal election.
100%.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a previous question, I reminded everyone that Bloc remains very committed to this issue in terms of trade, international trade. We had a bill, the C-218 from my colleague from Jonquière, that was trying to create a committee to deal with these treaties internationally. But my colleague's bill, 251, from to ensure that merchandise that we import are not the result of human trafficking and slavery. And we have realized that in 2026, unfortunately, there's still a lot of work to do, particularly with respect to women. What does my colleague think of this?
Wellington, Halton Hills North.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question about the issues of importation of merchandise created with forced labor. I think it's a major issue. And I think the heart of this issue is this.
Canadian law bans the importation of products produced from forced labor. This was first agreed to in the Canada-US-Mexico trade agreement and then subsequently implemented in Canadian law. So it is already banned to import products into Canada via forced labor. The problem is the government hasn't enforced the law. For example, thousands of shipments of cargo containers from Western China that have been produced using Uyghur forced labor have been interdicted by U.S. authorities and prevented from entering the United States over the last 5 years. In Canada, not a single cargo container has been stopped and prevented from entering Canadian supply chains under the CUSMA agreement, and that's to the shame of the Canadian government, who after 5 years has failed to enforce our treaty obligations.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Richmond Centre Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his presentation and give us a very informative speech. And it's of interest to me that he pointed out that while the Prime Minister called the Canada-Indonesia CEPA a game-changing agreement, my colleague pointed out that it was comparably disadvantaged to the agreements between Indonesia and UAE and also EU. So I want my colleague to elaborate further. What did this kind of situation reflect? Is it because of the incompetence on the part of the government or any kind of failure on the part of the federal government?
For Wellington Halton Hills North.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. It allows me to point out in greater detail that the Canadian government wasn't as successful in negotiating this trade agreement with Indonesia as the United Arab Emirates or the European Union was. The United Arab Emirates got a 10% price preference in Indonesian procurement tenders and enhanced access for the UAE businesses to Indonesian government procurement opportunities. The European Union managed to secure non-discrimination obligations from Indonesia in government procurement. There's no such clause in this agreement that is in front of the House today. And as I mentioned earlier, the European Union also negotiated a commitment to begin market access negotiations on a scheduled timeline. The Canadian government did not secure the same explicit timeline in the agreement that we have in front of the House. So clearly, they could have done a better job in negotiating this agreement.
Question, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker and my honourable friend from Wellington Halton Hills North, an excellent speech as always, but I wanted to ask, he mentioned C4. I know it passed this place quickly. I'm very concerned about Part 4 of Bill C4, which changes the Elections Act to eliminate any privacy protections for Canadians. I wonder if he has any thoughts on whether we can still stop it in the Senate.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills North, a very brief response.
Well, I thank the honourable colleague for her question. I would simply say in response that I think the more pressing issue to protect our political process and our democracy is for the government to expeditiously and forthwith implement the Foreign Influence Transparency Registry, which I think will counteract the single biggest threat to our democracy, which is Beijing's foreign interference.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Greetings, everyone. I apologize for my voice. I have a bit of a cold. No, I think I partied too much during the holiday season. I haven't got all of my energy back in my voice, but I'm happy to be here nevertheless. And I would like to wish everyone Happy New Year, even though it is a bit late now. But today we're talking about, of course, this bill which implements this new agreement with Indonesia, this new economic and trade deal with Indonesia. And first, I'd like to say something positive first. It's a good piece of legislation and a good opportunity for companies in Quebec, which would make business more stable and predictable. It would support long-term investment and export expansion. The expansion of our trade with Southeast Asia represents a good opportunity in terms of green technologies, but not at just any price. It is a good market, of course, but it does not replace the U.S. Can it say it enough? There's no Band-Aid solution. And it reminds us a bit of the Indo-Pacific strategy that was announced with great pomp a few years ago. And at the time I asked a question, Pierre Elliott Trudeau announced this deal. Stephen Harper did as well. But what leads us to believe, under Trudeau, that it would have been the third time would have fixed things? He said, no, believe me. But then we learned a few months later that the Indo-Pacific strategy was going to be implemented without India. And negotiations were halted as ties were severed with India. Now, we can't be against this virtue, this idea of an agreement with Indonesia in principle. I say agreement in principle because we're uncertain to fully support this, because I'll talk about our reservations first. First, in terms of the methods, the same thing as usual. The Parliament is not debating the agreement itself, but just the bill to implement it. So unlike laws which are passed by Parliament following a well-established process, including a detailed committee review after public hearings, Parliament is largely excluded from the treaty-making process. As a reminder, the bloc has introduced Bill C-228, which was defeated just an hour or two ago before we held this debate. And it's as if parliamentarians weren't happy to do their job, and I find this very deplorable. They just want to put all the responsibility on the executive. They will ratify, negotiate these agreements. I don't want to study or debate these treaties, as these negotiations are very opaque, and they don't want to amend legislation. It doesn't really change anything. So we are just elected officials of the population. Yes, it's a monarchy in Canada. So if we have anything to bring forward or something we want to see in a deal or not see in an agreement, well, that doesn't count. It doesn't matter. We're just pushed aside. So I'd like to thank all of my Bloc colleagues for voting in favor of that legislation. Also, some members of opposition as well. But even more concerning is the Bloc's concern about the human rights situation in Indonesia, particularly in relation to the production of goods for the Canadian market, because this agreement primarily favors mining companies and the fossil fuel industry while relegating respect for human rights and sustainable industrial development to the background. And of course, I'll come back to this a bit later, but there's this famous inclusion of the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism, the ISDS, and it's just a right to have gross profits for multinationals, and if they think their profits were hampered, it gives treaties sovereign powers, and they go before the courts, and they undermined the democratic will of elected officials, because multinationals claim they have the right to profits. We thought they removed it from COSMA, and Canada was finally up to date and making sense. But as we saw with this bill, or the bill earlier, parliamentarians don't want to shirk their responsibilities, and they're willing to continue to allow multinationals to act this way. And it's increasingly difficult for a state to legislate on issues related to social justice, the environment, workers' conditions, or public health if a multinational believes it has a right to profit. And there were cases where states won cases in 42% of cases with the UNCTAD report, compared to 31% for companies. So that means the plaintiffs have thus been able to roll back the political will of states partially or totally in 58% of cases. And of course, this is quantitative data that does not take in account into the fact that pressure from investor protection clauses is exerted on states, which immediately allows them to abandon certain policies for fear of ending up in court. So these are very lucrative mechanisms for law firms as well. Well, I'm opposed to this, as I was in committee. With some trade agreements, I always vote against mechanisms that implement these investor-state dispute settlement locally. And we'll see after we study this bill if I'll be for or against it, but I don't want to see the ISDS in this, no doubt. Indonesia is a country that is relatively poor, so foreign investors shouldn't be able to use this free trade deal to dictate their will and undermine the sovereignty of Indonesians. And will, as they have few rights, and will still be opposed to the inclusion of this provision. And if they remove it, we may be more in favor of it when we look at it at the end. Because during the consultations on the agreement, working groups highlighted the prevalence of forced labor and human rights violations in Indonesian supply chains. And they encouraged the government to include strong protections for workers, as well as indigenous communities and the environment. Unfortunately, there's nothing in this agreement or protections or guarantees. And even this agreement even takes a step backwards in terms of advancement on labor protections achieved by workers in some recent trade agreements that Canada has had, for example, with Ukraine. And they said they would watch this closer, but not in this case. But after signing agreements with Qatar and China, it's clear that the Prime Minister does not place human rights at the top of his priorities. But this is not the case for the Bloc. We're committed to defend our values firmly, and not just principles on paper. Indonesia is the largest manufacturing economy in Southeast Asia. It represents more than 20%, manufacturing does, of its GDP. And to say that Indonesia has truly enriched itself on the back of human rights violations is an understatement. And while the Indonesian government requires all industries to comply with child labor laws, it is reported that approximately 1.01 million children are involved in child labor, or they were in 2023. This is really important. So supply chains involve many steps and subcontractors, which makes traceability very difficult and often presents awareness of conditions under which such projects are made, for example, clothing, etc. And people who work in garment manufacturing in Southeast Asia, particularly in Indonesia, whether it's cutting, sewing, or gluing materials, they often work in dangerous conditions for poverty wages without social protection or formal contracts, and they're exposed often to harmful chemicals and unsanitary working environments. And this precarity is also found in leather tanning. Workers, who are often migrants, handle hides and hazardous chemicals, and they're exposed to significant health risks because of the chromium compounds used in tanning. And the rights of migrant workers, particularly women, remain vulnerable in Indonesia. The UN Committee on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and members highlighted that 70% of migrant workers in Indonesia are women, emphasizing the need for measures to protect them from harassment and exploitation. The committee was informed that these women are frequently victims of abuse and that those involved in the fishing industry, often in irregular situations, are particularly vulnerable to human trafficking. If Canada wants to increase imports of clothing, fishery products, and leather from Indonesia, we have to strengthen worker protections and ensure respect for our fundamental values, particularly with respect to human rights, so that our trade is not conducted at the expense of ethics. And that is why I tabled Bill C-251, which imitates the American model. We are inversing the burden of proof, and we are going to presume companies are using forced labor unless they can show otherwise. So Canada has a different type of model, but it's not working. On 2 occasions in 2023 and 2024, they said that there'd be such legislation tabled by the end of the year, both of those years. And now it's 2026 and we haven't seen this legislation. The 2025 budget didn't reiterate this, but I think this has absolutely no link to all the kowtowing the PM has been doing in front of the Chinese regime. But we're going to have to move forward with this, and I hope that elected officials will adopt this legislation. Now I'd like to talk about another issue, which is palm oil. It already is imported in Canada. It is widely consumed worldwide, and Indonesia is one of its main producers, and palm oil imports to Canada are increasing at a rapid pace. However, its production is associated with a real ecological and human disaster. Huge areas of tropical forests are being destroyed to make way for plantations, often by fires, and it leads to massive biodiversity loss, and it threatens iconic species such as orangutans.
This deforestation also leads to climate change and the pollution of air. On the social aspect, expanding plantations, which is often done under warlords, is frequently done to the detriment of local and indigenous communities, who are then forced into labour and exploited. The agreement severely worsens the situation by fostering the production and export of palm oil. This would have been the opportunity to act. Some people may say, oh, well, it's not a big issue, but the EU created a special group with regards to EU measures against certain practices in oil and in palm oil. So this is a serious matter. Let us also talk about what we could do over there. Canada produces a lot of plastic waste every year, but only a certain proportion is truly recycled. A significant portion of what is declared as being recycled will end in countries like in Indonesia to be processed where recycling infrastructure is insufficient. Some of this waste is often mixed with general waste and ends in dumps and are burned, which is detrimental to the environment and the health of locals. Exporting our plastic waste to these countries that are not well equipped is not a sustainable solution. It goes against our pseudo-objectives for recycling and harms international law with regards to the treatment of waste. Let's talk about mines. Canada is a mining paradise. Well, often it's not. They're not really. People who are registered in Canada aren't really Canadian, but they say that they're a Canadian mining company and they get Canadian benefits from it, and that's why most mining companies register in Canada, because there are advantages to that. conflicts between mining investors and governments often start as conflicts between investors and local communities that are displaced or that see their environment harmed, like through the contamination of drinking water. And I saw it in Colombia and in Chile. Potable water, drinking water was poisoned. Private security companies would open fire on locals who just wanted water. It's documented. In a lot of these cases, it was revealed that Canadian embassies officially supported mining companies and their practices. So it's all well and good to talk about human rights in Davos in front of expensive suits, but we have to act. These are conflicts often aggravated by the lack of consultation on these projects. And there's an example in Indonesia. It's the Sangi Island community. I don't know if it's well pronounced, but this community has been fighting for a long time to stop Barry Gold, a Canadian company, from starting operations of industrial gold extraction. The community managed to stop the project, or rather, if they managed to stop the project, because it's currently in the courts. But if the agreement is ratified in Canada and in Indonesia, this company will be able to sue Indonesia because of lost profits. In the name of what? In the name of the investor-state dispute settlement system. And that's what Canada is defending. The reconfiguration that is happening in our supply chains and our trade agreements require strict requirements in the domain of ethics. There should be no agreement or treaty that involves people that cause human rights violations and labor violations like the Uyghur and Tibetan situation in the People's Republic of China. We have to be firm with regards to the governments in question. Finally, provinces in Quebec need to implement the provisions of the agreement that are under their jurisdiction. We respect this sovereignty. Quebec has its own territorial strategy for the Indo-Pacific that was tabled before Canada's strategy that seeks to support Quebec companies that export in the Indo-Pacific region. So yes to trade. We are for trade. The Bloc Québécois is always for independence. We were one of the first to talk about free trade in the 80s with the States, and that allowed us to get a breath of fresh air, to divest from Canada. We're always favourable to this, but there needs to be conditions. There needs to be no blood in our products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He gave us a good overview, and I hope that it will be considered in the agreement, but I'm rather surprised. Coming from a riding where agriculture is very present, he didn't say much about agriculture. 45% of manufacturing businesses in his riding export outside of Quebec. So I'd like to hear from him about how this agreement will help businesses in his riding. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. With regards to grain, well, I don't have anything to say against the agreement. It's a good agreement for grain. It will open opportunities, but once it's implemented, then I will have training sessions with the unions, with farmers, producers, to help them so that things go well for them. But I wanted really in my speech to focus about the issues of this agreement because it could be a deal breaker, these violations. I don't want to talk too much about the virtues of exporting our products because, of course, there's a lot of it, and that's what I generally do. But there are way too many issues in this agreement compared to other agreements we've had to debate in this House, and so that's why I'm also saying I hope that the government will be able to put forward very convincing arguments, considering what I raised at committee today, to determine whether or not we will vote for this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his presentation. I'm very interested in the amendments with regards to human rights, with regards to environmental issues, and other factors. Could he talk to us a bit more about the amendments? Thank you. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about it for 20 minutes already, but I don't know what else I could say about it. But let's just talk more generally about what we would need. For example, Bill C-251, I hope that we will have the Conservative support on the matter. If it comes back to the House, it would be much appreciated. It will allow us to renew confidence with Americans so that we have similar North American legislation between both countries, and I think that this would help us. I often talk about it with American legislators, and we hope it will be adopted. I also believe that we need a true ombudsman. I always thought that the ombudsman about Canadian businesses abroad, I always thought this ombudsman didn't have enough bite. I want there to be a true independent inquiry that doesn't just wait passively for complaints. Perhaps the current ombudsman could have at least binding powers, compelling people to table documents or appear before a committee. The honourable member for Joliette-Médewan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank and commend my colleague and friend for his speech. We see that he is a specialist in international trade, a very deep and philosopher's approach. A few hours ago, most Conservatives and Liberals voted against a bill that the Bloc Québécois had tabled that had to do with a upstream parliamentary examination of agreements. He talked about it in his speech, but for this agreement, had this bill been adopted, what would we as parliamentarians, what would we have been able to do before this treaty? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. There are many elements in this bill. First of all, more positively, contrary to previous agreements, the time frame between the tabling of the agreement and the tabling of the bill was respected, which wasn't the case for the UK agreement that was debated back in the autumn. The time frame had not been respected when we tabled our bill that was defeated earlier. On the other side of the House, we were told that we don't need such a bill because there were already an official policy, but they just violated it 2 days before with the agreement to bring the UK into the PTP, the TPP rather. This time frame allows us to debate and to put forward the legislature's opinion on the matter. Canada is one of the worst countries in the matter in the States. Debates are done before. Same for the European Union. And not only is a sheer lack of transparency from the government when it comes to parliamentary participation, these are negotiations that are always done behind closed doors.
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to first provide comment. It's important that the bloc legislation that was being introduced was actually defeated by both the Liberals and the Conservatives. I would ultimately for a good reason, and there was a good, healthy debate on that particular piece of legislation. I want to go back to the issue of agriculture. The Prime Minister was in China with a team of individuals. I represent, a province of Manitoba. The issue of canola and other cereal crops were being discussed. There's other issues, for example, our Atlantic fisheries and fisheries in other areas where there was an outstanding issues with China. And we were able to come up with a compromise that ultimately is taking away some of those irritants. And I'm wondering if the member could just be clear as whether or not he believes it was in the farmers and so forth's best interest to get that agreement.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. I won't always just give the same answer to this question. What is positive in this agreement is positive, and I'm not afraid to say that.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague referenced some of the human rights issues, violations committed by the CCP. I wanted to mention to the House, I had the honor this afternoon of meeting with members from the Tibetan Parliament in Exile who are here in Canada. Part of what they're doing is highlighting the case of the 11th Panchit Lama who was detained, disappeared by the CCP more than 30 years ago and whose whereabouts remains unknown. Oftentimes we hear discussion about the detention as well of Canadian citizens in the past tense without acknowledging the fact that we continue to have the detention of Hussein Chalil, somebody who is a Canadian citizen, who has 4 children who are here in Canada. The detention has gone on for so long that sadly the youngest child in this family never had an opportunity to meet his father before he was taken illegally from a third country and brought to China where he's incarcerated. This is someone who is a Canadian citizen and was a human rights activist. I think these specific cases, the Panchit Lama, Hussein Chalil, and other human rights abuses really put into sharp focus our moral obligations as well as the strategic importance of defending justice and human rights and defending Canadian citizens, and I wonder if my colleague has reflections on that.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot Acton. I closely listened to my speech's presentation, and I am in full agreement, but I didn't hear a specific question in his comment, so I'd like to thank him for his work. We work together in certain interparliamentary associations that work on, or rather against, human rights violations in China and on the influence of China when it comes to subverting foreign countries. And I'm looking forward to working with my colleague on the matter. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I went to Washington in 2023 with a Uyghur delegation to meet Congress people and to talk about this bill. We talked about it earlier, but we go back to this example. It's striking. Do we need a bill with a lot more bite? In C-251, is it not normal to ask for a bit more bite when it comes to forced labor? Because this is a request from us, from lawmakers in the States. We want to work with them to see what a good practice would be in international trade, in agreements. So talking about human rights isn't bad, isn't taboo. The Americans have asked us to be more active on the matter so that we don't have any blood in our products. What do you think about that? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot Acton. Well, it speaks for itself. We want a more stable geopolitical environment, and we have to fix our issues with the States. Now, if the model didn't work, I wouldn't say that we should copy it. But if the system works, then why should we not take inspiration from it? That's my point. Their system works. They have billions of dollars of products seized from one single region. For Canada, it's just one shipment. So it's apples and oranges. Our model here in Canada has failed.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time. Today, the House is debating a trade deal between Canada and Indonesia, a deal that Conservatives support advancing to the next stage of consideration. In the context of this agreement, I would like to offer a few observations about the state of the world, which have bearing on how and with whom we make international agreements. Over the course of my time following international affairs, we've witnessed a dramatic shift in tone and expectations within certain parts of the democratic world. That shift has been from the unrealistic liberal optimism of the past to the exaggerated liberal pessimism of the present. In an earlier era, liberal optimism was evident in the attitudes and decisions of elite figures who proclaimed an inevitable march of history towards democracy, freedom, justice, and an international rules-based order. They thought it would happen, and they thought it would happen relatively easily. This optimism held, for instance, that engagement and increased trade with China and with other authoritarian countries would gradually, inevitably transform their governments into progressive democracies. It's easy to see why liberal optimism is no longer in vogue. It's no longer popular because it clearly failed. Authoritarian regimes that were once hiding their strength and biding their time are now confidently asserting the supposed superiority of their political model and even winning converts in the free world. And so, in some quarters, the transformation has been from this naive optimism to a new liberal pessimism, vividly on display in the Prime Minister's recent remarks at Davos. No longer is the triumph of freedom, democracy, justice, and an international rules-based order presented as history's inevitable endpoint. Instead, the idea of a free, open, and liberal international order is dismissed as a mirage, as an illusion akin to the lies once propagated by communist apparatchiks. The argument of the Prime Minister was this false equivalency, that both the authoritarian system and the liberal rules-based system are based on lies. The Prime Minister is not merely arguing that a rules-based order is difficult to achieve, under strain, or not guaranteed. Rather, he is arguing that the very idea of such an order is fundamentally, necessarily an illusion. Speaker, I do want to point out that both of these dispositions, yesterday's liberal optimism and today's liberal pessimism, both have ironically been used to justify the same policy agenda. The Liberal Party of Canada, at least since Pierre Trudeau, has always wanted to pivot away from a foreign policy of engagement primarily with democracies towards a foreign policy that seeks a kind of strategic balance between the United States and communist China. They have always been interested in the idea of ever-deepening engagement with authoritarian powers, especially the CCP, though they have justified it in radically different ways. In the past, liberal optimism was used to justify engagement with authoritarian powers on the grounds that such engagement would speed us up towards the inevitable triumph of democracy. Today, liberal pessimism justifies the same engagement, but this time on the grounds that such engagement is necessary and pragmatic in a world where international rules were always a mirage anyways. How curious that leaders with a range of personal ties and economic interests linked to the PRC have always wanted the same policy outcome, regardless of the convenient justification. But regardless, Mr. Speaker, today I call on the House to reject both of these flawed dispositions, the extremes of liberal optimism and of liberal pessimism. Instead, I propose that we embrace a view of international affairs that makes room for genuine ideals and for firmly grounded pragmatism. So on ideals, the vision of an international order rooted in fixed principles, foremost among them the dignity of the human person and the right of communities to govern their own affairs, is worth defending. It was never realistic to believe that these ideals would emerge into practice easily and through some natural historical process. Ideals are realized and preserved only through struggle. The rule of law did not come to our own system without sacrifice and struggle, and the realization of the ideal of an international rule-based order will not be advanced or preserved without the same. The liberal optimism of the past did not pay sufficient attention to this reality. But while these ideals have never been fully realized, they continue to exist in a more profound sense. The ideals of democracy, freedom, justice, and an international rules-based order founded on a recognition of the created dignity of the human person and the rights of communities of persons to govern their own affairs, these express the highest political aspirations of human persons and communities. The dream of a morally grounded, rules-based international order is not a mere sign in the window. While it remains unrealized, it is a concept well worth pursuing. We must not merely accept the world as it is, we must act to create a better world. Speaker, my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor, and the promise we made to her generation was the promise of never again. And for her generation, and for the Uyghur children of today, whose genocide remains unrecognized by the Canadian government that wants to make deals with their oppressors, for them and for so many others, we must and we will keep that ideal in mind. Speaker, Canada must chase its ideals with clear-eyed pragmatism, seeking concrete, meaningful gains rather than symbolic or ephemeral ones, moving constructively towards those ideals where possible, focusing on what we can actually change. The very nature of pragmatism is that it implies that there is an objective being pursued. To be pragmatic is to be practical in the process of pursuing some goal. You cannot call yourself pragmatic if you have no goals or ideals at the end of the day. So in this troubled world, we can hold our ideals high while being smart and strategic in their pursuit. The Prime Minister has also spoken at times about this, calling it values-based realism. This is a concept that I can get behind in theory, but it is clearly not informing the concrete actions of the government. In reality, the Liberal Party has consistently pursued closer ties with authoritarian regimes. By contrast, Conservatives will be consistent in defending the vision of a free, democratic world that stands together and collectively defends its shared democratic values. I noted that in the Prime Minister's speech in Davos, he spoke only about great powers and middle powers, but the distinction between democratic powers and revisionist authoritarian powers remains the most central and defining distinction of our time. The CCP, in addition to interfering in our affairs, continuing to jail our citizens such as Hussein Chalil and committing genocide against its own people, is trying to establish strategic control of the flow of resources that will be most critical as technology changes. The goal is for the CCP to be able to use strategic resource domination to direct world affairs. Deals made in the short term that reinforce that long-term strategic domination by our adversaries are neither values-based nor realist. Obviously, it has become more difficult to speak today of an existing democratic world with a shared agenda and shared purpose. Forces within and without, intentionally or not, are undermining our unity. But even amid real and justified disappointments and frustrations among democracies, there is one central point we must remember, that every nation is more defined by the character of its constitutional order than by the character of its current leaders. What makes democracies different from dictatorships is not the hope that democratic leaders are more personally virtuous. Rather, it is the fact that democratic leaders are constrained by a constitutional order. We should not be indifferent about the real risk that leaders in democracies can strain and even break constitutional safeguards. But as long as those safeguards hold, our friendships with democracies will be more well-founded than our relationships with authoritarian powers, where the will of the people at the top is implemented without question. Rule of law nations are more likely to act in legal ways internationally than nations where might makes right nations are guided by that principle in domestic as well as international action. Our belief in democracy is not a belief in inevitable virtuousness of democratic leaders. It is a belief in the virtuousness of democratic constitutions. The distribution of decision-making facilitated by those constitutions creates the possibility of durable friendship between nations that goes beyond individual leaders. So, Speaker, what happens when democracies disappoint us? Naturally, we should engage those nations at all levels to make our case, and we should also seek to diversify our engagements across a broad range of democracies so that problems in one case do not have an overwhelming impact. But we can do all this without embracing some false equivalency between fellow democracies and authoritarian powers. They are fundamentally different. They remain so. Now, Speaker, the trade deal before the House is thankfully a deal with a fellow democracy, Indonesia. Indonesia is the world's most populous Muslim-majority nation, the third most populous democracy in the world. It is a country with a history of strong diversity and pluralism. It contends with a series of challenges, including challenges that threaten its pluralism, but it has strong civil society organizations that work hard to advance and defend its pluralistic identity. It is a good example of a nation where constructive engagement at multiple levels of society can pay economic and strategic dividends. So I look forward to seeing the further study that is going to happen on this as it goes forward. And regarding our engagement with Southeast Asia, I also want to underline that the fight for democracy requires urgent consideration of the situation in Burma. The people of Burma are successfully fighting for their freedom while facing brutal airstrikes by the military junta. Burma now has the world's longest running ongoing civil war. The junta must face more severe sanctions, the people must be supported, and institutions that represent the Burmese people must be recognized so that democracy can prevail. In the days ahead, shared purpose and principled engagement among democratic nations could reasonably help deliver democracy in Burma, Venezuela, and even Iran, and preserve security and advance the efforts of our democratic ally, Ukraine. And this might be cause for a return to some kind of optimism, though an optimism more considered and more constrained by a recognition that struggle and sacrifice is always necessary for the maintenance and advancement of the international common good. For Canada, the defense and advancement of democracy, freedom, justice, and the rule of law must remain our North Star.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to change the topic, but still dealing with the issue of trade, because I'm very much interested in where the Conservative Party lies. The Prime Minister went to China, along with the Premier of Saskatchewan and others. There has been a fairly well-established irritant between some trade dealing with, for example, the canola, which is so critically important to the prairie provinces. I suspect that's one of the reasons why the Premier of Saskatchewan went. We were able to deal and come up to some arrangements with China that deals with those irritants. I'm very much curious, given the member is from the prairies, no doubt very familiar with just how important it was to make those arrangements. Can the member give his personal opinion and maybe even a reflection in terms of the Conservative Party of Canada in terms of the success of that particular mission by the Premier?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this government and this Prime Minister would like to create a false choice between our values and our interests. I would say this, when this Prime Minister ignores our fundamental values and fails to address critical issues of human rights, and when he allows strategic domination of key sectors by a strategic adversary, then we leave ourselves vulnerable in the long term. We undermine our interests in the long term. I would like to know from this government when they actually plan on implementing the foreign interference legislation that they previously brought forward after much pressure from the Conservatives. When do they plan on seriously dealing with the issues of foreign interference, the ongoing detention of Canadians, and the effort to strategically dominate key sectors? These things are not in line with our values or our interests.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. What struck me was the government is pitting economic interests against human rights. It would seem that these two are irreconcilable. That said, the Bloc has suggested a bill that would introduce reverse onus provisions for forced labor. This is something that has found favor even in the United States. Here's my question. When we hear about migrant workers' rights and the rights of women, and I know this is something that matters to my colleague, the United Nations have noted that 70% of Indonesian migrant workers are women. They are subject to sexual violence and other types of abuse. All too often, they find themselves at risk of being trafficked. What does my colleague have to say about all this?
Fort Saskatchewan.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in general, I agree with the proposals of my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. We have said that we would support the Bloc bill in the vote on sending it to a committee to further study. There, I hope the committee will study these important issues related to human rights and forced labor. In general, this government has failed to achieve progress on these issues. We continue to have major problems with products made via forced labor being imported into our country. It is essential that we take further steps to address this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his well-thought-out comments. And I know that Conservatives stand for free trade agreements. Under Harper, we had a couple of free trade agreements, but I went out a lot. So the fact is, Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Taiwan, all these countries are very concerned and are building up their forces in response to the militarization and threats from China. And I know the member has talked a bit about with China, obviously, but there is a concern that we have that the Liberals are continuing with the step of what Trudeau said, he admired the basic dictatorship of China. And I wonder if the member could make some comments about the Prime Minister talking to the Prime Minister.
I have to give the member some time to respond. A very, very brief response from the member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excellent question from my colleague. I continue to believe that the world faces a situation akin to a kind of second Cold War, a conflict, intensifying conflict between the democratic world and the authoritarian revisionist world. And in that context, our engagement with with democracies in the global south, with other states that are sort of the swing states in this new Cold War that have legitimate strategic concerns with the actions of the CCP. That engagement is very, very important for our security and for the advancement of our values.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We support the government's modest efforts to open new markets for Canadian exporters. More trade is good. I support free trade, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, despite our efforts to work cooperatively with the government, yesterday the government House Leader went into the lobby and did an interview with CTV where he spread misinformation about the Conservative Party, that we were simply obstructing their agenda. What hubris? What hubris from the other side, from the member from Winnipeg North? What hubris? The Leader of the Opposition, even before that interview, made an offer in good faith to the government to work with them on trade-related matters and others. And we are doing that. Now, they don't have to give us credit for that. Canadians will judge. But I would ask the government, and especially government leaders, not to confuse Canadians by saying things that just aren't true. Mr. Speaker, a few comments about the proposed agreement with Indonesia. Let me just say that it's a rounding error, Mr. Speaker. The PMO released a statement calling it game-changing. Well, the chief economist for Global Affairs Canada actually said the, quote, projected economic gains are modest. And while the minister tried to speak to all of the new tariff-free access we have, the actual state of facts, Mr. Speaker, is that 88% of Canada's exports to Indonesia already enjoy duty-free access. And any additional benefits from this agreement will only flow to 9% of Canada's exports, and the remaining 3% will continue to face high tariffs. In fact, the estimated tariff savings for Canada's top exports to Indonesia is estimated to be only $14 million. That is less than a rounding error. In fact, the total estimated impact to Canada's GDP is $226 million, less than 0.5%. Now, don't get me wrong, a new trade agreement is good, but I think Canadians should know that it's not a panacea for the problems we face. Indeed, it's not even clear that this agreement is necessary. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker. Indonesia has already made its formal application to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It did so in 2024, and it's expected to proceed through ascension to that agreement in 2026, which is this year. So it's not clear to me that this agreement is even necessary. Furthermore, Canada is already in a trade negotiation with ASEAN, which is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. If that agreement proceeds, this agreement will again become redundant. Now, I'm concerned that the government is spending valuable negotiating resources for an agreement that may not be relevant, when instead they should be focusing on our most important agreement, which is the agreement with the United States. Unfortunately, we have very little information about that because we hear one thing from the Americans and then we hear another thing from the Prime Minister. Now,
the honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry for the interruption. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find that there is unanimous consent to put the question on Bill C-18 at second reading at this time.
Order. All those opposed to the member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The question is as follows. Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moved that Bill C-18, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Canada and Indonesia, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
If a member participating in person wishes the motion to be carried or carried on division, or if a member from a recognized party participating in person wishes to ask for a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, the division stands deferred until Monday, February 2nd, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And it looks like we've got about 6 seconds until we move into PMB hour. It being 5:57, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Député, private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-223, Keeping Children Safe Act, bill standing in the name of Ms. Hefner.
Debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliet-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to express how much my party and I care about violence against women and children. We must work tirelessly to ensure that all women and children can thrive in a safe environment. I am profoundly shaken by a femicide that just took place in the northern part of my riding, and this has to stop. This bill would remove the notion of parental alienation from family law, but we don't believe that it's up to lawmakers to decide whether a concept should vanish as a psychological phenomenon or be withdrawn from the criminal code simply because that there's an emergent minority hypothesis that parental alienation disproportionately harms one group. Objectively put, the definition of parental alienation proposed between 2010 and 2013 by the Parental Alienation Study Group, or PSG, as part of the committees compiling the DSM-5, is the one used by virtually all experts who believe in the concept. Parental alienation is a mental condition affecting children or teenagers, often in the context of high-conflict parental separations. It is characterized by two elements. One, the child or teenager strongly takes the side of one parent. B, the child or teenager rejects the other parent unduly, that is, without sufficient justification. Said child or teenager would resist contact with said parent, even under order, or refuse it altogether. According to the esteemed psychologist, Dr. Hubert van Gijzengem, there is not necessarily a cause-effect link between the two elements of the definition. He added that despite the apparent simplicity of the definition, it is difficult to diagnose parental alienation as a disorder. Doing so requires a rigorous, in-depth psychological and family assessment involving all members of the family. According to Mr. Jérôme Harrison, it is important to distinguish two situations where a child may be at the heart of tensions.
And when a child still feels torn and they have to make a choice, we're talking more about a conflict of loyalty. And this type of conflict can be fueled by a multitude of factors, no matter how vast. And when a child clearly rejects one parent, where their choice seems to have been made, and they're no longer or not all torn between their parents, it may be suspected that one or both spouses are engaging in alienation. That said, a child, or often a teenager with a more developed critical sense, may have made an informed choice without being pressured by either parent. If there are reasonable grounds to believe that parental alienation is indeed taking place, Mr. Harrison suggests contacting a solicitor so that an action plan can be put into place to remedy the situation. And this process illustrates the ability of professionals to detect whether there is or not a credible parental alienation and what mechanisms can be put into place before a trial. So parental alienation is difficult to argue in court because it's difficult to gather evidence, and there is still debate around this concept. In a study conducted in Ontario between 1993 and 2001, 170 legal decisions referred to parental alienation, and in most of these cases, the allegations of alienation were unfounded, or there was insufficient evidence to establish a verdict. Let's be clear. Parental alienation, a phenomenon that can be observed and measured by medicine and used by the majority of family law solicitors, is not abstract and cannot be dismissed on the pretext that it no longer corresponds to the conclusions of a few researchers with differing opinions. This implies that the judiciary, many family law solicitors, and in some cases the police, medical professionals, or child protection officers are not doing their job properly because they don't have enough judgment. They're not able to detect potential acts by a malicious parent, and this results in a child rejecting a parent. Unfortunately, parents sometimes engage in disputes in which children are often caught in the middle or used as weapons against the other parent. And very often, one or both parents will succeed in convincing one or all of the children to choose sides through a myriad of tactics and arguments. On the other hand, the child may be alienated from a parent well before the divorce process begins. They may have suffered from abandonment, insecurity, fear, emotional detachment early in life, or abuse by a parent. So, in short, the child may already be detached from a parent and therefore alienated without having been through a divorce. Historically, divorce has remained a federal jurisdiction since the Constitution Act of 1867, which placed marriage and divorce under the jurisdiction of the federal government. The official objective was to ensure uniformity of rules across provinces and avoid contentious situations if a spouse decided to move elsewhere in Canada. Unofficially, this allowed Quebec to maintain control over family law, despite its clear distinction in the management of separations by resorting to the French civil law tradition. And therefore, it's a remnant of another era that unnecessarily complicates family law and allows Ottawa to have the final say. In this regard, the Bloc demands that marriage and divorce be transferred to Quebec in order to have uniform law, regardless of the type of union chosen by individuals. The Bloc supports the objectives of Bill C-223, which is to ensure the well-being of children during divorces, and is open to revisiting this sensitive issue. However, we reject the assumption that parental alienation has a disproportionate and harmful effect on a particular group. We believe that the proposal to remove this concept from the criminal code to avoid cases where this may have occurred is excessive. According to the psychology and legal experts and observers who were consulted, this phenomenon appears to be marginal and there's no consensus on the topic. Finally, as mentioned earlier, it's difficult to imagine that a concept from the field of psychology has been used by the courts for several decades, and it could be removed because of an emerging minority theory that is far from being accepted consensually. And one of the cardinal principles of justice is equality before the law. Creating an exception could cause more harm than good to children. We cannot ignore the fact that a parent may use coercive alienation against their children. We have confidence in the various professionals involved in a difficult process, such as divorce, and believe that a parent who engages in parental alienation, intimidation, or coercive violence towards a child will ultimately be detected and discredited. The Bloc believes that any amendment to the criminal code must be carefully considered, and we wish to avoid burdening it with controversial legislation. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, we will vote in favor of this bill so that experts can weigh in on the text and debate best practices at committee for protecting children during acrimonious divorces. If the committee deems it appropriate to improve the bill or remove parts of it that are not consensual, the Bloc will offer its full cooperation. Considering that family law is very well developed, regulated, and rooted in the civil law tradition in Quebec, the Bloc is asking the federal government to cede this last piece of common law, i.e. the Divorce Act, which represents an anomaly in the management of separations and divorces. This archaic and politically motivated separation is no longer necessary. Quebec courts have shown that they can deal with different separation cases seriously, modernly, and professionally. Moreover, the Quebec Minister of Justice has introduced unified family courts, and since October 10th, 2025, applications related to civil unions are now heard by the Unified Family Court of the Court of Quebec. And this is once again an example of the expertise and the seriousness of the Quebec government in this type of civil litigation. Quebecers simply have to ask themselves whether when it comes to divorce as well, and put an end to this two-tiered system. Thank you very much.
Debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm speaking on Bill C-223, Keeping Children Safe Act, aimed to strengthen protections for children and survivors in family law proceeding where family violence or coercive control may be present. I want to begin by thanking my friend, colleague, honorable member for Hamilton Mountain for bringing this important legislation forward, and for her continued work to ensure that the safety and well-being of children remain at the center of Canada's family justice system. Mr. Speaker, this bill addresses issues Parliament has examined carefully over many years: family violence, coercive control, and the misuse of parental alienation claims, and the profound impact these harms can have on children. Mr. Speaker, at its core, Bill C-223 is guided by a simple and essential principle when families are in crisis. Children must come first. Children are not legal strategies. They are not leveraged in disputes. They are individuals with rights, needs, and voices that deserve protection. Yet, Parliament has heard through committee studies and testimony that too often children have been separated from the parents who provides their primary care and safety, not because it was in their best interest, but because allegations were raised without a full and informed understanding of family violence or coercive control. This bill seeks to correct this by ensuring that child safety, not litigation tactics, is the guiding principle in family law decisions. Mr. Speaker, for too long, violence within families has been understood primarily in physical terms, but through research, lived experience, and extensive testimony before the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, the committee learned that harm can also be emotional, psychological, financial, and controlling. Coercive control is not a single incident. It is a pattern of behavior. Witnesses from Women's Shelter and Victim Services Organization describes how coercive control can include isolating a partner from family or community, monitoring movements, restricting access to finances, or using intimidation to instill fear and compliance. One organization told the committee that in their experience supporting survivors, physical violence is almost always preceded by coercive behavior, and that coercive control often continues even when physical abuse stops. Another victim services organization emphasized that coercive control is a critical warning sign that must not be ignored, particularly when children are involved. Critically, the committee heard that these behaviors often persist after separation and can continue through family law proceedings themselves. Impact on family law and children. Mr. Speaker, one of the most troubling findings on the Status of Women Committee study was how parental alienation claims can be misused in cases involving coercive control. Witnesses explained that when courts do not fully recognize coercive dynamics, protective parents, most often women, may be portrayed as obstructive, while a child's fear or resistance to contact is misunderstood or minimized. In such cases, children may be placed in unsafe situations or separated from the parent who is actively protecting them. The committee also heard testimony from organizations which described the devastating consequences of failing to recognize coercive control early. They pointed to national inquiries and identified coercive control as a central factor in tragic outcomes, noting that missed opportunities to intervene by institution and systems can have irreversible consequences for victims and their children. The committee was clear: when coercive control is misunderstood or dismissed, children pay the price. That is why Bill C-223 matters. This bill amends the Divorce Act to strengthen protections for children and survivors in family law proceedings where family violence or coercive control may be present. It does this in several important ways. First, it limits the misuse of parental alienation claims, ensuring that courts do not rely on such claims in ways that undermine child safety or silence survivors. This is critical because survivors should be blamed for failing to facilitate the child's relationship with an abuser, particularly where violence or coercive control is present. Second, the bill would prohibit courts from ordering harmful reunification practices that force children into contact intended to repair a relationship with a parent when safety is not assured. Third, it expands the responsibilities of legal advisors to ensure that risk of family violence are assessed and that appropriate safety planning is considered during divorce proceeding. Fourth, it reinforces that there is no automatic presumption of equal parenting time. That decision must be grounded in the child's best interest, including their safety and well-being. Finally, the bill strengthens how courts consider child's voice while protecting their safety and privacy, and directs court to avoid relying on harmful myths or stereotypes about family violence, such as the assumption that abuse must be reported immediately or leave visible injuries to be credible. Together, these measures help ensure that the children are protected, survivors are not penalized, and clear guidance. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, Parliament modernized the Divorce Act to require courts to give primary consideration to a child's safety, security, and well being, and to consider family violence as part of that analysis. Those reforms were significant. However, the Status of Women Committee's work demonstrated that further clarity and reinforcement are needed, particularly where coercive behavior continues after separation that manifests within the family law proceeding. Bill C-223 strengthened that foundation by responding directly to what Parliament has learned since. Mr. Speaker, on November 25th, the committee released its report containing some recommendation informed directly by testimonies. These testimonies from the survivors, advocates, shelters, and victim services organizations from across Canada. Their voices made clear that coercive control can take many forms: emotional, psychological, financial, and controlling, and that children's safety is at risk when these behaviors are not properly recognized. The report emphasized that system must stop penalizing survivors for protecting their children and must instead focus on safety, context, and evidence. Bill C-223 respond to those findings. It reinforce that assumption have no place in family law decision and that child safety, not litigation tactics, must guide outcomes. Mr. Speaker, violence does not always leave visible marks. Fear can silence families, and children must never be separated from safety. Bill C-223 respect the complexity of family law in Canada while keeping children where they belong, at the center of every decision. I call on colleagues on all sides of the House to join me in supporting this important legislation. Together, we can continue to build a family justice system that is compassionate, evidence-based, and firmly centered on keeping children safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to rise for the first time this year to speak to Bill C-223. Before I begin, I want to extend my warmest wishes for a Happy New Year to all the residents of Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Over the holidays, many of you took the time to write, call, or speak to me directly. I want you to know how much I value those conversations. Hearing from you is essential to my work, and I am truly honored to represent you in Ottawa in 2026. Mr. Speaker, the legislation before us, Bill C-223, an act to amend the Divorce Act, addresses an issue that touches families in a deeply personal way. These are the first proposed changes to the Divorce Act in several years, and I appreciate the member opposite for using her private member's bill to focus on such an important area of the law. For those who may not be familiar with this bill, it proposes a number of reforms to the Divorce Act, the first since 2021. Although I was not yet a member of the House at that time, it is clear that those earlier reforms were significant and that many advocates have continued to call for further improvements. From speaking with people in the communities that I represent, people who have been through the family court system, it is evident that inconsistencies in how cases proceed can undermine fairness. Experts have also highlighted how difficult it can be for the courts to properly assess coercive control and psychological abuse, both because of limited resources and because these forms of harm are not always easily defined in law. And despite being at the center of these cases, children's voices are still not heard consistently. Alongside this is the very real and very serious issue of parental alienation. There is much in this bill that I believe members across this House can support. One provision I am particularly glad to see is the explicit direction to courts not to dismiss the allegations of family violence simply because there is no police report, no visible injury, or because parties continue to live together. This is a meaningful change, one that resonates with me personally. Many years ago, a friend confided in me, I would be better off if he had hit me. She was living in a coercive, abusive situation that left no bruises but caused deep harm. Her experience was a reminder that violence is not always physical, but is no less real. The bill also proposes requiring legal advisors to assess risks of family violence and develop safety plans, and it strengthens the ability of courts to consider coercive control and its impact on parent-child relationships. It further introduces safeguards around the use of direct testimony from children. If the bill were limited to these reforms, I expect members would still raise questions about implementation, particularly around the new responsibilities placed on courts and legal professionals. This will be expensive, but it's important. Overall, these are constructive steps. However, Mr. Speaker, I do have concerns with one aspect of the bill, the provision that would prohibit judges from considering evidence of parental alienation in family law cases. As I mentioned earlier, I appreciate the bill's efforts to broaden the types of evidence courts can consider, especially regarding children's testimony and family violence. Family law cases are complex, emotional, and often require expert input. Yet this bill would prevent judges from considering parental alienation even when supported by expert analysis. The bill allows judges to consider coercive control, often based on expert opinion. I see no reason why judges should not also be permitted to consider parental alienation under the same conditions. Colleagues with legal experience have noted that parental alienation is already recognized in Canadian case law. One colleague from Ontario shared that in more than 1/3 of proven alienation cases, mothers were the alienated parent, often targeted by the abusive former partner. An absolute prohibition on considering this evidence seems at best misguided. I understand that the bill's sponsor has worked closely with organizations such as the National Association and the Law, National Association of Women and the Law. Their contributions are undoubtedly thoughtful. However, their characterization of parental alienation as junk science is not universally shared. As a lawmaker, not a lawyer, I have reviewed the research, and it is clear that many respected voices in both law and social science disagree with that assessment. I would draw the House's attention to a detailed critique published in Law 360 by two distinguished scholars, Nicholas Bala, a professor of law, at Queen's University, and Rachel Birnbaum, a social worker and professor at King's University College at Western. They raised many of the same concerns I have outlined, particularly regarding the risks of prohibiting judges from considering parental alienation altogether. They also reference rigorous scientific and legal research supporting the validity of parental alienation, including studies published in Developmental Psychology and the University of New Brunswick Law Journal. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by acknowledging the members' sincere commitment to improving the safety and well-being of children. Her intentions are good, and I respect the work she has put into this bill. but good intentions alone cannot form the basis of sound legislation. As debate continues, I look forward to hearing from colleagues across this House. Should the bill proceed to committee, I believe it will require careful study and thoughtful amendment, informed by expert testimony. Our goal must be to craft legislation that truly protects children and supports families through some of the most difficult moments of their lives.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Beauharnois.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to wish you all the best for 2026. I'd like to wish a good year to all of my colleagues. Happiness, health, serenity, and benevolence. I am proudly wearing the purple flower that expresses our recognition and awareness with regards to Alzheimer's. If anyone is able to thank associations in their riding, then I invite MPs and members to be kind to Alzheimer's associations. I'm pleased to speak to this bill, C223. You know, and I say it often, that I'm rather proud of being a social worker. I'm a member of my professional order. Perhaps I'll have to renounce my license on the 31st of March, but I've been a member of my order for years. I'm also a family mediator. I'm accredited by the Quebec Justice Department to help couples that are splitting to come to a mediated agreement in my practice. I've always worked so that parents understand that a mediation process, a separation process, yes, is a process where we help them split their their assets, their debts, but the biggest and most important aspect has to do with the children involved in a couple. Coming to the better or the best interest in a child's interest. And that's what this bill wants to do, because it wants to put children back at the center of any agreement or any process. Through this bill, children would be the pillar of any separation because they experience very difficult situations. The Bloc Québécois will be voting for Bill C223 so that it may be sent to committee. The objective of this bill is to protect our children. The children are our most precious assets, and we agree with C223, but sincerely speaking, we'll need a deeper study of this bill. There are many bills that seek to amend the criminal code at the moment. To amend the criminal code, we need to make witnesses, we need to invite witnesses and experts that will talk to us about the consequences of doing so. As a social worker, I've had to deal with about 70 cases where I've helped parents weather the storm of their divorce to make sure that the agreement is in the interest of children. I bore witness to difficult situations. Family mediation in Quebec is funded up to 5 hours by the government, by the province of Quebec. The province funds 5 hours of mediation just to see if mediation is possible. It's a great asset. As a social worker, if we felt that there was any violence, if we felt that both parties weren't able to talk in a free way because there were certain tensions or because there was violent discourse, family mediation cannot happen if there's any violence detected, because both parties need to be voluntary and need to allow both parents to have their say to come to a compromised agreement. In these agreements, in these compromises, there's who will take care of the child or the children. I bore witness to children who were caught in a maelstrom of a divorce proceeding, children that were used as a tool, as a weapon against the other parent, and that is deeply wounding for a child, because whether it's the child's mother or father, if they use their child as a weapon, it goes against a child's desire to be loved by their parents. What I saw was that children were either used as a tool, as an asset, as a weapon in mediation or before the courts. And also, I often found that children were stuck in a loyalty tug-of-war. They didn't want to talk, because if they talked about the situation and what they've seen, they didn't want to harm the other parent, so they were reticent to speak. I saw this. I saw just as many mothers use their children against the father than I saw fathers use their children against the mothers. But at the end of the day, the biggest victim are the children. And when it comes to this loyalty, this creates such a deep trauma that if we don't support the child, if we don't support the children, this trauma can be on their shoulders for the rest of their year, for the rest of their life. In Quebec, we've created a system where mediation can happen between parents that is focused on children. The Quebec Ministry of Justice also recently, in 2025, implemented a family court that deals with family matters and deals only with family matters. And that's also very important, because judges, legal experts, anyone in the process needs to know the family law system back to front. They need to understand the system. We need to understand how families work and the consequences of any split on children. I'd like to commend the Quebec Minister for Justice. I don't always agree with what he says, but I can commend his work as a social worker, because he has done an excellent job in creating the aforementioned tribunal. Suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, that in Quebec we have made progress when it comes to family law and family rights. Most Quebecers don't marry at church. We mostly have civil unions, and so in Quebec, there is somewhat of a double standard. There are people who are married in a church. There are people who are under a civil union. Weddings are managed federally, but civil unions are managed by the province. We believe that Ottawa should give provinces the full administration jurisdiction over marriage, matrimony, divorce, because some provinces like Quebec have it their own way to manage how people live together, how people love together. And that would allow us to better support our families and those who choose to split or divorce. Now, in the bill that we have before us, there are good provisions. We agree with the provision that states that a justice doesn't need a police report to note that there is spousal violence. We agree with that. There shouldn't need to be a police report. Sometimes, when we have worked in the domain, we know that violence isn't always physical. There's not always bruising. It's psychological. It's insidious. It can go through just denigrating the other person, demolishing their confidence. So we agree with this provision. We are ready to also examine the other provisions of the bill. And my colleague from Shefford, who's our Status of Women critic, I'm sure that she will give us a lot of information so that we can strengthen this bill, so that we can also ask good questions to the experts that will come before the committee. We're legislators, yes, but we receive the advice of experts, and that's what we'll do at committee. You can be assured, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois will collaborate fully to rigorously and seriously work to study this bill and to remind ourselves that the objective of this bill is to protect children and that children need to be at the very heart of our decision about this bill. So we will support this bill at this stage so that we can respectfully debate it at committee.
Debate. Please to debate. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in support of Bill C-223, the Keeping Children Safe Act, introduced by my friend and colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain. I want to begin by acknowledging the courage of the many survivors, advocates, legal experts, and organizations who have spent years bringing these issues forward, often at great personal cost. I want to acknowledge the work of the hundreds of organizations across Canada who have called for this reform. This is an important bill that will protect children and families as they navigate through the court system. The bill's central purpose is protection for the survivors of intimate partner violence and their children as they go through the already complex and emotional process of separation and divorce. Ce projet de loi nous permet de croire.
This bill allows us to believe survivors and to avoid their re-victimization during the legal process.
Core. This bill asks whether we are truly centering the best interests of the child, or are we allowing outdated assumptions and systemic blind spots to put children at risk? Mr. Speaker, the answer matters because family law decisions are not abstract. In fact, they shape children's daily lives, determine who they live with, who they see, and whether they grow up safe.
Bill C-223 places the best interests of the child at the heart of decisions. It specifies that there is no presumption of shared custody and that decisions must be based on the safety, well-being, and lived reality of the child.
This bill requires legal advisors to screen for family violence, including coercive control. This bill strengthens the court's ability to assess the impact of coercive control on the parent-child relationship. This is critical because coercive control is not always visible in bruises or police reports, but its effect on children are profound and long-lasting. This bill ensures that children's views and preferences are meaningfully considered and that they are not automatically dismissed as the product of manipulation. Bill C-223 gives children the opportunity to be heard in an age-appropriate way with proper safeguards, and it makes safety paramount to consideration in custody decisions. Finally, Bill C-223 prevents courts from issuing orders that re-traumatize children, including forced reunification therapies or sudden reversals of primary residence in the absence of evidence that such measures are safe or necessary.
In 2024, Statistics Canada reported that there were only 25,000 children and youth victims of domestic violence reported to the police. We know that these figures tell only a part of the story, as many cases of domestic violence are never reported.
Children who have experienced or witnessed family violence carry trauma that shapes their development, their sense of security, and their ability to form healthy relationships. When our family courts fail to take their fears seriously, when courts dismiss their disclosures as manipulation, when children are forced into the care of parents who have harmed them or harmed the other parent, we compound that trauma. We teach them that their voices don't matter, that adults won't protect them, that the system designed to serve their best interests has in fact failed them. When I served on the Status of Women Committee, we studied coercive control. We heard testimony from survivors, lawyers, psychologists, and frontline workers. Again and again, we heard how violence does not end when a relationship ends. In fact, in many cases, it intensifies through the courts, through custody disputes, and through the manipulation of legal processes themselves. We heard how coercive control operates not only through physical violence, but through fear, surveillance, intimidation, and the erosion of autonomy. And we heard repeatedly how children are drawn into that control, used as leverage, silenced, or forced into situations that are unsafe in the name of parental rights. During committee testimony, we heard heart-wrenching stories about the harm that forced reunification had on children. For example, we heard from a 17-year-old girl who told us she was ordered by the court to go to a reunification camp in New York after her father claimed parental alienation. She told us it felt like she had been judicially trafficked. Judicially trafficked. Those are her words. Among other things, she and her younger brother were told that their negative memories of their father were not real. They were forced to smile in photos and tell their father that they loved him. And they were forced to show physical affection toward their father under threat that if they didn't, they wouldn't be allowed to see their mother. When this witness was 16, she ran away to try to go to her mom's house, and her father had the police bring her back. She was ultimately under a no-contact order with her mother for over 500 days. Sadly, this is not an isolated incident. We heard of a young woman just today who at age 15 was forced into the custody of her father who sexually abused her. Children told us over and over again that they felt that they had no voice, that nobody believed them, that there was nobody to talk to, especially when their disclosures of abuse, when they finally did tell someone, those disclosures were repeated to the abusive parent who used it to further intimidate and victimize them. Under this bill, children would be able to tell their story confidentially to the court without fear. This bill treats children as people with agency, not as property to be divided. Trop souvent, les décisions.
Too often, decisions are still influenced by myths and stereotypes. That co-parenting is always the best solution. That children who refuse contact have been manipulated, or that a parent, often the mother, who raises safety concerns will be judged unreasonable or uncooperative.
Research shows that mothers are twice as likely as fathers to face allegations of parental alienation, even in cases where violence is documented. Protective actions taken to keep a child safe are reframed as hostility. Fear is reframed as non-cooperation, and children's voices are too often dismissed on the assumption that they cannot be trusted. This bill does not remove discretion from judges. It actually guides it with evidence. Bill C-223 does not diminish the importance of parental relationships. In fact, it recognizes that a relationship that is unsafe is not a relationship in the best interests of the child.
The Status of Women Committee heard clearly that if courts do not understand coercive control, they risk propagating it. If they put substantive equality ahead of real safety, they will put children in danger.
Committed internationally to protecting women and children from violence. The Keeping Children Safe Act builds on that commitment by aligning our domestic framework with evidence-based best practices and international human rights obligations. We can't meet those commitments if our laws remain out of step with what we know. Bill C-223 asks us to listen to children, to take violence seriously, even when it is subtle, and to ensure that the justice system does not become another tool of harm.
This bill aims at ensuring that if families do experience violence, They will, at the very least, not be re-victimized by the very system intended to protect them.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to support the Keeping Children Safe Act, and I urge all members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bukeshwanong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-223, the Keeping Children Safe Act. And I do want to extend my thanks to the member from Hamilton Mountain for her work on this very important issue. As the chair of the Status of Women Committee, I've heard extensive testimony on coercive control, parental alienation, and family violence in Canada. In 2025, our committee released a report recognizing coercive control as a serious form of intimate partner violence, involving repeated psychological abuse, intimidation, stalking, isolation, manipulation, financial control, and even cruelty to family pets, all of which undermine the autonomy, safety, and well-being of women and children. The report did not just identify the problem, but made 16 clear recommendations to address these problems. Mr. Speaker, these recommendations come directly from survivors, experts, frontline organizations across our country, and therefore I allow their testimony to inform my perspective as I speak to this legislation today. Coercive control comes in many forms. It can include the constant monitoring, threats, financial control, isolating someone from friends or family, using the legal system to intimidate a former partner, even using the children as leverage to maintain power and control, which is especially prevalent in divorce cases. Yet, as we heard, this behavior often does not stop after separation. In many cases, it only escalates further. Too often, family courts are asked to make decisions without fully recognizing these patterns. Survivors told us that their concerns were minimized, that abuse was treated as a private conflict, or that it was dismissed entirely because there was no police report or visible injury. In some cases, protective parents were even accused of alienating their children for raising legitimate safety concerns. Bill C-223 seeks to address these failures by strengthening and amending the Divorce Act so that courts are better equipped to recognize coercive control and parental alienation. I'd like to briefly outline exactly what the amendments aim to do. This bill requires family law lawyers to assess the risk of family violence and coercive control when representing a client in a divorce, and to take steps to put a safety plan in place where risks exist. Secondly, the bill gives courts clearer direction on how coercive control affects parenting and child safety. Coercive control is not often visible or physical, and it's a pattern of behavior of things that sometimes are difficult to see. These patterns of intimidation, isolation, threats, manipulation, and financial control are things that tend to continue long after separation, and the bill makes it clear these must be taken seriously. Third, Bill C-223 ensures that children's voices are heard through written evidence or in-camera interviews with appropriate safeguards. Children are not property to be divided, and their views should not be dismissed simply because they're inconvenient. And children can easily be intimidated by one parent or another. So the measures in this bill are allowing written testimony or video interviews, which will prevent the child from being unduly traumatized by the judicial process and intimidation from one parent or another. Finally, the bill brings greater clarity to how parental alienation claims are assessed, ensuring that child safety and the evidence of family violence remain the priority. Throughout this, Mr. Speaker, the House has already acknowledged that our systems have failed children in the past. I did have conversations with Pam Demoff, who was a great advocate, former MP, and the member for Burlington, talking about Kira's Law and what was needed to follow up on that. You may remember that Kira's Law followed the tragic death of Kira Kagan, who was killed by her father after her mother repeatedly raised concerns about coercive control and family violence that were not adequately recognized in family court. Kira's law requires judges to receive training on intimate partner violence and coercive control, and that was an important step, but training alone is not enough. Bill C-223 builds on that work by providing a more clear guidance in the Divorce Act so that courts are better equipped to prioritize child safety and recognize warning signs when making custody and parenting decisions. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to spend a bit more time on the issue of parental alienation because it's important that everyone understands. Deliberately undermining a child's relationship with a loving, safe parent is harmful. It causes long-term emotional damage to children, and when it happens, courts must be able to recognize it and respond appropriately. No child should be used as a pawn in a custody dispute, and no parent should be cut out of their child's life without good reason. However, our committee also heard clear evidence that allegations of parental alienation have too often been misused in cases involving domestic violence and coercive control. Survivors told us that when they raised legitimate safety concerns, they were accused of manipulating their children simply because the child expressed fear or resistance towards the abusive parent. In some cases, those allegations were accepted without proper scrutiny, and children were removed from a safe parent as a result. Bill C-223 doesn't dismiss the possibility of alienating behaviors, but it rejects the idea that alienation should be assumed or used to outweigh evidence of family violence. It requires courts to look at the full context, the patterns of behavior, power imbalances, and the children's lived experience before reaching possibly devastating conclusions. That balance matters. Protecting children requires recognizing both the real harm caused by true alienation and the very real danger of using alienation claims to silence abuse or dismiss children's fears. Getting this wrong has serious consequences. When courts act on assumptions instead of evidence, children can be placed back into unsafe situations, causing a generational cycle of distrust in the system. However, parental alienation is not well understood. It was very helpful when trying to get the courts to recognize coercive control, to provide a list of the types of behaviors that would be admissible to show that pattern of behavior. And I think the same is true for parental alienation. And so this is one area of the bill that may need some clarification or help in order to ensure that people adequately understand how to recognize true parental alienation when it's occurring. One of the strongest messages alluded to at committee was that family law doesn't operate in a vacuum. Decisions made in divorce proceedings affect housing stability, mental health, education, and long-term outcomes for children. When our courts miss warning signs or fail to properly assess the risk, these consequences show up in many forms. They show up in children struggling at school with anxiety and trauma that could follow them into adulthood, and in families that lose faith in the justice system that's meant to protect them. That's why it's so important that this legislation encourages courts to get these decisions right. Clearer guidance on coercive control and stronger recognition of children's experiences and a more careful approach to the highly contested concepts like parental alienation all help move family law towards decisions that are evidence-based and centered on safety. When the system works properly, it protects children and gives families the stability they need to move forward. And Mr. Speaker, as this bill moves forward, it deserves careful and thoughtful study. We must ensure it genuinely strengthens child safety, respects due process, and avoids unintended consequences. Family law decisions are among the most consequential decisions a court will make. They shape a child's sense of security, stability, and trust for years to come. When families are at their most vulnerable, our law must not make things worse. It must not create incentives or discourage legitimate safety concerns from being raised, but instead, courts must help examine the evidence and focus on patterns of behavior and the lived experience of the child. And above all, our family law system must remain grounded in evidence and guided by a single clear principle, keeping the child safe. Obviously, there are issues of provincial jurisdiction, since it's provincial courts that typically administer the Divorce Act. And so the training of all of the people involved and ensuring that it's properly executed will be very important. That means listening carefully and doing our best to make decisions that protect the children from harm. This bill is looking at keeping the children safe. There's been a lot of work done to keeping women safe. I think also there's work to be done to make sure that men are safe. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do support this bill.
Order. The time for the debate has now expired. I will now call on the member for Hamilton Mountain for her 5-minute right of reply.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the dozens of people who've come to Ottawa today to support this legislation, because these reforms are urgently needed. We have organizations like the National Association of Women in the Law, Women's Shelters Canada, YWCA Canada. These organizations, 300 women's organizations across this country support this legislation because they hear from victims almost every day. We have today, and these are victims who are asking, how do I protect my child? We have here a dentist who has seen so much family violence in his practice, he didn't know how to address it. We have victims, lots of victims, including, as we heard from my friend, a 15-year-old girl who, her dad claimed parental alienation even though he was a sexual abuser. Next year, she'll be going to criminal court to testify against him. She was here today to tell people that if this legislation had been in place, she wouldn't have had to go through that. Opponents ask about, what about parents' rights, fathers' rights, mothers' rights? I don't think it should be about the parents' rights. I think we should center every decision on the best interests of the child, especially when there are allegations of abuse. Because right now, in family court, it doesn't look like allegations of abuse are taken seriously. In fact, it's an aggravating factor if you bring up allegations of abuse during divorce court. We have police and women's organizations in this country today advising women not to disclose to family court that they have suffered abuse, whether it be coercive control or physical abuse, because disclosing that leaves them vulnerable to losing their children, and they just want to protect their children. We can't let this stand, Mr. Speaker. We have to listen to children. We have to take domestic violence seriously. We have to treat it, and we have to understand how it affects families, including children. As my good friend from Brampton South said tonight, let's stop penalizing survivors. And as my good friend from Ottawa West, Nepean, has said tonight, let's not let the justice system be another tool of harm. Thank you to all the members in this House who seem to unanimously be supporting this legislation. Next week we'll vote. Speaker, let's send this bill to committee. Let's make it as good as it can be, and let's pass this law so children are safe in this country again.
Hear, hear.
Order. The question is as follows. Ms. Hepfner, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that Bill C-223, an act to amend the Divorce Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
I request a recorded division.
Good idea.
Speaker.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Bernie.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
First, back on October the 3rd, I asked the Minister of Agriculture if he would abandon the government's proposed regulatory changes to the plant breeders' rights in favour of supporting the rights of farmers who save and reuse their seed. The Parliamentary Secretary rose and responded that consultations have happened, which completely dodged the question. Less than a week later, on October 9th, I rose in the House to present a petition signed by more than 6,000 Canadians who want the same answer to the same unanswered question. Amending the plant breeders' rights regulations like the government has proposed to do is, as I said back in October, harmful and reckless. It would force farmers to purchase seed annually, drive up production costs, restrict access to new varieties, and undermine the ability of farmers to adapt to climate change. This undermines the age-old practice of farmers using farm-safe seed, forcing them to buy seeds or pay royalties year after year. That's what the CFIA's proposed regulatory changes would do to the people who grow Canada's fruit, vegetable, ornamental, and hybrid varieties. I'm rising again tonight on this issue, Mr. Speaker, because in the government's response to my e-petition 6778, again, it was signed by more than 6,000 Canadians. It missed the mark and left the farm community perplexed about who the government is actually trying to help with its changes. It's certainly not the hardworking farmers who produce our food. The National Farmers Union has been banging the alarm bell on this issue, and I want to thank them for their tireless advocacy and for keeping this important issue at the forefront. Earlier this month, they wrote to the Agriculture Minister expressing their disappointment with the government's response to the e-petition and once again urging the government to abandon its proposed amendments to the plant breeders' rights regulations, removing farmer privilege to certain crops. That letter from the National Farmers Union was co-signed by many other major agricultural stakeholder groups from across Canada, including the Atlantic Canadian Organic Regional Network, the Canadian Organic Trade Association, Canadian Organic Growers, the Canadian Biotech Action Network, the Ecological Farmers Association of Ontario, Farm Folk, City Folk, Friends of the Earth Canada, Growers of Organic Food Yukon, Manitoba Organic Alliance, Organic Alberta, Sask Organics Association, Seed Change, Young Agrarians. These co-signatories on this letter feel the government response to this issue was inadequate and is not reflective of a government that purports to take farmers' concerns seriously. They note that the government failed to provide a thoughtful response that properly acknowledged the validity of the points made in the e-petition, including forcing farmers to buy seed and or propagating material annually, which will increase production costs, allow plant breeders to raise prices, prevent access to new varieties that are not available commercially, and prevent farmers from adapting their crops to changing climatic conditions on their farms. Removing farmers' privilege for new fruit, vegetable, and ornamental varieties unfairly encroaches upon farmers' age-old practice of using farm-safe seed. The CFIA wants private investment in plant breeding to become more profitable by taking more revenue from farmers. Canada should provide more support to our public plant breeding system, which benefits farmers and the public. And farmers' privilege is key to food security and Canada's sovereignty. Ensuring farmers can reproduce crops on their own farms, even if supply chain or climate impacts restrict the supply of propagating material, is critical. And I should note, Mr. Speaker, that this letter was sent to the whole of Cabinet, including the Prime Minister. And in all sincerity, I have a copy of that letter with me this evening if the government needs a copy. So I hope the Parliamentary Secretary is prepared to address these concerns in a more fulsome way than during question period back in October. And I stand alongside these incredible organizations in calling on the government to abandon the proposed regulatory amendments, protect farmers, and support farmers' rights through this real action, not empty words. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the response.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing up this very important issue to tonight's debate. And I find we don't talk often enough about agriculture, even though farming is at the heart of our economy and at the heart of food safety for Canadians. As my colleague was mentioning a country and saying that a country that doesn't feed its people has very few options. So I would add that today, food safety is more important than ever. So I am very pleased to rise in the House tonight and have the opportunity to talk about this topic and the proposed amendments to the plant breeders' rights regulations. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak about the importance of plant breeders' rights in Canada and how it relates to the long-standing practice of saving seeds for replanting, for reusing them. And as my colleague was saying earlier, with ongoing consultations with farmers.
Steadfast in support of the vibrant agriculture sector that benefit Canadian farmers and our wider agri-food industry. A direct way, Mr. Speaker, that we can support the sector is by modernizing our regulation, and the sector all across Canada is asking for that. But the proposed amendments are designed to do what exactly? To foster innovation. Foster innovation in plant breeding and address key challenges such as climate resilience, crop yield, and sustainable production. Mr. Speaker, plant breeders' rights are a vital form of intellectual property protection. They provide incentive to plant breeders to invest the time and money into creating new resilient plants, plants that we need. We want to help to protect plants breeders' rights in the same way we are protecting other inventors for their creation. Monsieur le Président, nous savons.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada's hard-working farmers are facing serious threats due to unpredictable weather events, which are growing increasingly unpredictable and drastic, as well as threats to crops and orchards. Our goal is to support them by reducing crop losses and improving productivity and innovation. And we can do this by encouraging plant breeders to develop climate-resilient varieties.
Farmers adapt to the effect of climate change, offering options to fight drought, heat, and disease. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot more to say, but last year the CFIA held a consultation and then published what we heard report that indicate a strong support. The report showed that 90% of the feedback received supported those amendments. La plus récente période de consultation tire.
The most recent consultation period is ending, and now we're looking at the new feedback received, as my colleague mentioned. And this will be done in the coming weeks, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank once again my honourable colleague for his question. And we remain at the full disposal of all Canadians who have any concerns about this issue. Consultations are still underway. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that I stand alongside these incredible organizations that I talked about earlier, representing small farmers. They're calling on the government to abandon these proposed regulatory amendments, to protect farmers, and support farmers' rights through real action and not empty words. And what I just heard, Mr. Speaker, is I don't feel the government's going to do that. But they need to come clean and explain their rationale and listen to the impact it's going to have on these farmers. They ask from the stakeholders representing hundreds of thousands of farmers who grow our food is simple. Will they show through concrete action, not empty words, that they respect farmers' right to the age-old practice of collecting and saving their own farm seed and abandon these harmful regulatory changes? And Mr. Speaker, there are different size of farms, there's different farmers' needs. But these farmers, this is representing a lot of farmers, these organizations. They are being ignored, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the government will come clean on what they're proposing to do.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the importance of the farmer's privilege that my colleague referred to save and replant seeds, and how the proposed regulation and regulatory amendment will help clarify this concept, and that's what we do. Les changements proposés ne changent.
The proposed amendments don't change the collecting or saving of cereal, grain,
such as hybrid fruits, vegetable, and ornamental, which many cases are propagated or copied through vegetative production. En effet, Monsieur le Président, il serait injuste qu'un...
Mr. Speaker, it would be unjust for an orchard owner to grow hundreds of trees from cuttings taken from a single apple tree without compensating the breeder for the years that he spent producing new varieties, which often takes 15 to 25 years. But they will still be able to buy some that are not protected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question of this government on the privatization of healthcare in Alberta, and I want to be very clear. This is something that is starting in Alberta, but something I am deeply worried will have impacts across this country. You know, I also want to be clear, this is not a theoretical issue. This is a debate. This is a conversation that Canadians need to have. In December, on December 22nd, a father of three, a 44-year-old man, went to the Grey Nuns Hospital in Edmonton. He waited 8 hours with chest pains. He lost his life. Those 3 children don't have a father any longer because of our failing healthcare system. And when I asked the minister what she was going to do to protect the Canada Health Act, to protect Canadians, including Albertans in this country, her response was wholly inadequate. You know, to talk about innovation, to talk about building infrastructure at a moment in time where the failure of the healthcare system in Alberta has caused people to lose their lives. I want to quote from Dr. Paul Parks. He is a medicine hat ER, he is a physician, and he is the past president of the Alberta Medical Association. And he said, and I quote, "I have been here for 25 years, and I have never seen it so bad." You know, this is the reality that we are living with our healthcare system in Alberta. And make no mistake, when Danielle Smith brings forward a bill like Bill 11, that is the biggest attack on our healthcare system since Tommy Douglas and the NDP made Medicare a reality in this country. And for every Canadian that cherishes a healthcare system that is public, that is universally accessible, that is delivered to every single Canadian equitably, this is the biggest threat. This threat that we see from Danielle Smith. You know, I saw Scott Moe put up his hand and say, "That sounds great to me." But people in my province are dying because our healthcare system is failing, and what they need right now is a federal government that stands up and defends the law of this land, the Canada Health Act. That is our law. That is the federal law. That is our jurisdiction. And yet, when I asked the minister, where's that line? At what point are you going to step in? At what point are you going to say that attacking our public health care system is un-Canadian? You know, at what point do you look at that and you say, Canadians don't want a two-tiered American-style healthcare system? You know, we have been pleading with this government. I wrote to the Prime Minister. We have been pleading with this government to step in, to take the steps necessary to defend the Canada Health Act, to ensure that Canadians, all Canadians, including Albertans, have access to publicly delivered, universally accessible health care. And when I stand in this place and I ask the question of the minister, I get nothing. So I'm going to ask again, where is the line? When will this Liberal government live up to their obligations to Canadians and, in fact, enforce the Canada Health Act? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, this is my first time speaking in the House in the new year 2026, so I want to start by wishing everybody a happy new year. Bon année, my colleagues, and I look forward to working together with colleagues from all parties at a time that really demands unity. Our government was elected last year with a promise to build Canada strong. We understand the importance of nation-building projects, and let me be clear. There's no greater nation-building project in Canada's history than the Canada Health Act. That is why our government will always defend and protect the Canada Health Act, because we recognize that our universal healthcare system underpins our economic strength. To build Canada strong, we need healthy Canadians. This is reflected in Budget 2025, which makes generational investments in healthcare. We're investing $5 billion in building Canada healthcare infrastructure. We're investing in attracting top research talents from around the world. We're investing in a comprehensive assessment of healthcare and health infrastructure needs in the North. These are critical investments that will build Canada's healthcare capacity from coast to coast to coast. Whether it's helping build a new hospital or attracting researchers who will make their scientific breakthroughs here in Canada, in Budget 2025, our government is demonstrating that we're doing our part. It is deeply disappointing that the member from Edmonton, Strathcona, voted against the budget at a time when we need to make generational investments. It's sad to see that her and many members of the party will rather play politics than build up healthcare across the country, including in Alberta. In building our healthcare capacity, of course, we need to work closely with our provincial and territorial partners. We have always been clear that if a province or territory needs help in delivering healthcare to its citizens, we're there to help. Because we recognize that access to medically necessary healthcare should be based on medical needs, not someone's ability to pay. By working with our provincial and territorial partners, and most importantly, by making key investments that build up healthcare infrastructures from coast to coast to coast, we'll make sure that universal healthcare continues to be Canada's defining nation-building project and achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
That was not a response to when the government is going to step in and tell Danielle Smith to adhere to the Canada Health Act. And I want to talk about one other piece that she is attacking. Danielle Smith is attacking the rights of trans kids and trans people in my province. She is interfering in the relationship that trans people have with their doctors. There are three people that should be in the room when trans kids are talking about their health care. It is them, their parents, and their doctors. And the fact that Danielle Smith seems to feel like she needs to use the notwithstanding clause so that she can also insert herself in those conversations is disgusting. And I would ask that this government use the powers they have to protect human rights in this country, to protect our public health care system in this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good that the NDP and the member opposite are speaking up for the Canada Health Act, but they need to back up their words with actions by backing Budget 2025 and ensuring that needed investments in healthcare infrastructure can flow to where they're needed the most. Our government will always defend universal healthcare, but we understand that defending the Canada Health Act means investing in healthcare system. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, the Prime Minister argued for an aggressive elbows-up approach with the United States. Then in November, in the wake of Donald Trump's crippling tariffs and the ongoing trade war, the Prime Minister was asked during a G20 summit when he had last spoken to the President. And his response was to flippantly say, "Who cares?" Well, this was an insensitive remark, particularly to the thousands of Canadians in the auto, forestry, steel, and aluminum industries who had lost their jobs since this Prime Minister came to office. So, having gone from elbows up to who cares, having failed to keep his election promise of having a free trade deal, a new trade deal with the United States by July, having gone to Washington in October and coming back without a trade deal, having seen softwood tariffs triple, and having seen thousands of layoffs, I asked the Prime Minister when Canadians might expect a trade deal. So my question was a serious question, a relevant question, timely. It might have been a bit aggressive, but the Parliamentary Secretary's response that night, or that afternoon, was simply to insult me and my party. He offered no apology for the Prime Minister's insensitivity to workers, no excuses for the broken promises on trade deals, no path forward. He just patted himself and his government on the back for their relief efforts. So the parliamentary secretary's insolence in question period is not really the reason that I have brought this back for an adjournment debate. I'm here tonight, Mr. Speaker, because in the last 2 months, the underlying issues that precipitated the Who Cares response remain unresolved, and the Prime Minister's flippant attitude towards journalists and parliamentarians is showing a troubling pattern. Only this past week, the Prime Minister was asked how talks with President Trump were going, and he said, quote, "That's the most boring question. Think of another one," unquote. Mr. Speaker, what an astonishingly arrogant and condescending response to a basic, normal, pertinent question from a journalist. You know, Canadians expect clarity and respect from their Prime Minister and from those who speak for the government in the House of Commons. The Prime Minister was elected to get results for Canadians, and he made many very specific commitments during the election. He did promise a trade deal with the United States by this past July and has failed to deliver one. We all know that Donald Trump's attacks on the Canadian economy are unjust and unprovoked, and that his insults and threats to Canadian sovereignty are appalling. But the Prime Minister has made promises to Canadians within this known environment, and he has failed to keep those promises. So tonight, this parliamentary secretary has an opportunity to show some compassion for Canadians who have lost their livelihood as a result of tariffs unjustly imposed by Trump. And every day in question period, we hear heartbreaking stories of mill closures. These people do care if and when the Prime Minister has spoken to the President, and they don't think it's boring. They're increasingly aware of how unprepared Canada has become for the crisis before us. For 10 years, the government has driven hundreds of billions of dollars out of the country. They have shut down private investment in new pipeline construction, and for 10 years, they have broken all of their promises on the deficit, the debt, spending, infrastructure construction, and a host of other things they promised in 2015. So I'm going to keep demanding accountability from this government, and I won't forget when the Prime Minister and the government made a promise and that they haven't delivered.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me also thank the honourable member for his question. But let me say, he might think that nobody cares, but I think, and I would beg to differ with him, I think Canadians have been witnessing a government that is serious about all of our economic relationships. And the pace and scale at which our government is acting is truly, truly unprecedented. Just to take an example, today we all heard about an announcement that the Minister of Industry has signed an MOU with the Republic of Korea. But there are many, many more examples. But in fairness to my honourable friend, he has asked about the significance of our relationship with our largest trading partner, the United States. Canada's trade relationship with the United States remains one of the most important economic partnerships in the world. It's a relationship that has long supported our shared prosperity by creating jobs, fostering innovation, and contributing to economic stability on both sides of the border. And I think that's something that the honourable member will agree with. But today, we can all see that we face a disrupted global trading order with long-standing assumptions being upended. As we navigate this challenging period, we will continue to seek solutions with the United States while also, of course, pursuing a broader strategy of trade diversification and building one Canadian economy. We certainly remain committed to the Canada's United States-Mexico agreement, and we are taking the CUSMA review very seriously. But just to buttress my point, I think it's important to remind the member that this past Sunday, several days ago, the minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade had a very cordial and productive discussion with the U.S. trade representative, Mr. Jameson Greer, where he reiterated that Canada remains fully committed to CUSMA. In turn, it's also important that I point out that Ambassador Greer confirmed a very clear desire to work with both Canada and Mexico as we begin this review process. We're ready. I think it's important for the member to know that. We have been conducting consultations across our country. We've been hearing from industry stakeholders. We've been working closely with the provinces and territories, and we are leaving no stone unturned to make sure that we stand up for Canada. And I think it's important to bear in mind that we will take the time needed and necessary to reach a deal that is in the best interest of Canadian workers and Canadian industry. To further this momentum, as I'm sure the member is well aware, the Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade will soon be leading a high-level delegation to Mexico that includes prominent business leaders and representatives from key economic sectors. I am told, and from everything I see, this is going to be one of the largest trade delegations Canada has ever sent out to the world. So all to say, the changes we are experiencing are taking place in real time, and the trade landscape is shifting, but our government is doing everything with respect to the CUSMA review, but also with respect to all economic relationships that we currently maintain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will remind the Parliamentary Secretary for U.S. Trade, and I'll point out he wasn't the Parliamentary Secretary that gave us this such an arrogant, flippant answer in question period that from which this debate arose. But I will remind him that he ran in 2015, 10 years ago. He's elected when I was. They ran on a platform then to build infrastructure, unprecedented infrastructure, historic infrastructure. 10 years later, countless deficits later, piles of new debt, and they are still talking about building. They were reelected nearly a year ago with a promise to have a new trade deal in July. It hasn't happened. They talked about unprecedented speeds of construction, and nothing is being built. It is all empty promises.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again for allowing me to reply to my honourable member. We are taking nothing for granted. He is absolutely correct. When we were first elected, our government appreciated full well how important infrastructure is, and I can assure him the same remains true today. So we are very, very much focused on this challenge. As the member is aware, I don't know if he's had the opportunity to read the budget. We are investing strategically across this country. We obviously care about the One Canadian economy, but there is also the Trade Corridor Fund, which is so incredibly important to allow us to position ourselves to have more robust trade with countries around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.